Welcome to the Vault of Nightmares, featuring your host, the Vault Keeper, and his co-host, the modern Alfred Hitchcock himself, Chaos Theory Production. We hope you have a terrifying experience. Good evening, folks. What's up, brother?
Family. How you doing, brother? I'm doing really good. Doing really good. Hey, family. How you guys doing?
I'm fine as frog here. I'm ready to enjoy myself.
Everybody in chat. If everybody's sounding good on panel, put a 1 in chat. Y'all know how we roll.
We have an interesting show for y'all today. Or night, whatever the case may be in your wherever you are. So, Chaos.
Yes, sir.
Did you get to do anything on what we were talking about?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. I got a bunch of stuff. I copied down a bunch of things here and there pertaining to as much stuff as I possibly could. I got a nice big old article on some history of this thing, and yeah, I think we're looking pretty good.
Okay, well, do you want to start it, or do you want me to start it? How do you want to do this?
Take it away, my friend. Go in whatever direction you want to go.
Okay, we're going to start out with how Bridgewater got its name. It was dubbed the Bridgewater Triangle in 1983 by Mr. Coleman, and it was done in his book Mysteries of America. He also has a Bigfoot museum there in Massachusetts. That's where most people, like I said, that's where he got his name from. It's been called many other things because it covers 2,000 square miles in southeast Massachusetts. And like I said, when I say they have everything there, they've got everything from Bigfoot, Thunderbirds, Dogman, Hellhounds, Ghost, disappearing and reappearing trucks that chase you down the roads, hitchhikers that disappear when they get in your car. You name it, it's there. I thought this was a crazy place. It's like a hodgepodge of every damn thing. So, Chaos, what do you want to discuss? Because there's so much stuff in this place. What do you want to discuss first?
Man, geez, I don't know. Well, you know what? Let's pose that question to the chat, guys. In case you guys didn't know, this Bridgewater Triangle is centered in Massachusetts, around some of the major cities like Bridgewater, Taunton, Marlborough, Attleboro, in that general area, kind of more or less sits right in the middle of the state itself. And we have a little bit of everything. We're looking at cryptids, UFOs, paranormal. So which way do you guys want to go? What do you want to start with? You want to start with some Bigfoot action? Do you want to start with some history as to why this area may be as supercharged as it is? Some paranormal, some UFO.
I want to hear some UFO. Let's talk about that. Let's change it up a bit. Let's talk about UFOs.
Okay. Yeah, I see Maritza in there too, saying the same thing, and some history. Okay, we can get right into that. Well, UFO thing here. Let me punch up what I got here. Let's see. There's been quite a few UFO sightings. What's that?
I didn't do too much of the UFO. I said I didn't do too much research on the UFO stuff. I figured you would.
Well, I did go looking for that. I tried to get as much content as I possibly could about everything. There wasn't a whole lot of UFO stuff going on, but
no, it's and what they do center around. I know everyone's probably heard of the Haka. How you pronounce it? Chaos. It's the Hockomock.
No, Hockomock Swamp. Yep.
I thought that's how you pronounce it. See, it's 1,700 square miles. And I'm talking about you got everything from Bigfoot hellhounds been sighted in there. You name it, and you know, I think there's even a Hockomock swamp monster in there. They even have a giant cat that's the size of a freaking Great Dane. That's called the Mansfield Mystery Cat.
You know, I didn't get anything on the cat, but I did get some stuff on the red-eyed dogs.
Well, the first encounter with the cat was in 1993, and the last encounter that anybody has reported on was in 2013.
Wow. And see, that's nice about this is because, I mean, some of the stuff that I found was, of course, back in the 70s and 60s and whatnot. But the cool thing is that I found a lot of this stuff has been happening, you know, just within the last couple of years, even as early as 2015. You know what I mean? So.
Well, one of the things that happened in the 70s that I was really interested in, because I can't figure out because of the way that the witnesses were talking about it. In 1976, they had the red-eyed dogs kills 2 horses. This made all the local papers.
Oh, I got something on that too.
But the way they described it, I don't know if it's in your reports, but the way they were describing it, they sounded like giant hounds, and I'm thinking that's like hellhounds.
Right. Let me see if I can find it here. Is this the one? Yep, the black dog. There we go. Well, I get a little write-up here. You guys want to hear about it?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. Well, in the spring of 1976, the town of Abington went into lockdown mode when a huge throat-eating, quote-unquote, bulletproof dog mysteriously appeared in the rural residential areas surrounded by over 100 acres of dense swamp. You know, fear rippled right through the south shore of Boston after word got out of a killer dog had ripped out the throats of 2 ponies. The dog had intelligently chased the animals, who had been tethered to trees around and around until they were tied helpless. Unable to escape the teeth of this horrid beast, when the locals first read the news, the beast had evaded 2 different bullets fired by 2 separate town officials. Panic ensued on this one. This event was documented in a chapter on the Bridgewater Triangle in Lauren Coleman's Mystery America. Let's see. At 7 a.m. on the morning of April 30th, 1976.
You broke up.
What's that?
I said you broke up there at the end.
Which one did? What didn't you hear?
Just the very tail end of it. Thank you, Maritza.
Out of her shoe money.
Oh, she took it out of. Oh, that's super nice.
The chair appreciates.
Yeah, if she's gonna take it out the shoe money, that's a special thing right there.
Man,
so
like I said, the reports, like I said, the way that people were describing it, it didn't sound like a dog, man. It sounded like a hellhound.
Right, and from what I'm getting here is it says at 7 a.m. on the morning of April 30th in 76, a sleeping Philip Kane, an Abington firefighter, was awoken by his 12-year-old daughter. Carol Kane had just returned from the backyard in horror. That morning, Carol fully expected to find her 2 ponies, Jojo and Peekaboo, hungry as usual, anticipating the morning feed. Instead, something was feeding on them, and it was a dog. It was enormous, and it was also covered in blood. Philip grabbed his baseball bat and raced out the back door. Half awake and half dressed, he stumbled outside and was startled to see the 2 ponies, their halters in a tangle, lying on their sides, and their throats had been completely ripped out. The dog, a large black and brown animal, perhaps a German shepherd or half Doberman-looking beast, was hovering over one of the carcasses, eating. The dog looked huge to Kane, perhaps of his own fright, he said later, which made the animal appear as large as the dead ponies themselves. Kane chased away the dog first with his baseball bat, and then when it returned with a pistol that he shot and missed it. The animal ran into the adjoining thicket and swamps. The dog was then tracked by police, and within target range, the police started to shoot, but missed every time they shot. The next day would be the last time the dog would be seen. An Abington police officer, Frank Curran, followed a legitimate lead to Summer Street railroad tracks. There, he saw the dog slowly walking along the tracks, and the animal was stained with blood. This officer, again, fired at the dog, and it was a clean shot, but the shot missed. Almost he said like it might have passed right through it in a way. He said it didn't even run. It just merely turned around and walked in the other direction. as word started to spread about this, people started to really freak out about it. Residents called the police saying they had seen the animal crossing the street at the dump, one behind a local ice cream stand on the other end of town. One man said he saw the dog, his mouth still dripping with blood, in the woods near his apartment complex. And then from there, it goes to say that over the next few days, the police department will be deluged with over 1,000 phone calls from concerned citizens and witnesses who had reported seeing the large dog. Even the school children would be escorted to their buses by police with armed police with rifles. Kane became an instant expert on the dog. He was called to look at the dog. He was called to look at every dog that might fit the description. In 1 week, he said, he went to Weymouth 3 times, Brockton twice, and Whitman once. None of these dogs were the same or even came close to what the descriptions were of these things.
Dude, that's just freaky as hell.
It is. It is. And, you know, it's crazy, too, because, you know, it's I had mentioned to somebody a while ago that, you know, you may have a place that is completely haunted and has so much energy and is supercharged as a place like this that a lot of things might actually be able to, a lot of things may happen. What I want to say? There's been reports of a serial killer, I think as early as 2013 in the area. I've got a write-up on it. I haven't really read it. So when we get into that, it'll be as much of a surprise as, you know, to me as it would be to everybody else. But I think like it's something like I said to Brad, her and I talked about it, that, you know, people could have experiences or things could happen in places like this that are so supercharged with negative energy or whatever type of energy that could actually affect the people living in there. So it's, you know, you not only do you have an influx of these, you know, crazy stories of things going on, but you also have people kind of going a little nuts themselves, which is also very scary in its own right, you know?
Well, yeah, because, all right, from what I found out, like I said, we'll come back to the red-eyed dogs, is what, like I said, if you look it up, that's what almost all the stories of the hellhounds will out of it. Like I said, from what it is, it looks like they're talking about dogs that kind of resemble a giant Rottweiler the size of like a Shetland pony or something like that. That's a big dog. Yeah,
and that's exactly the description of a hellhound a lot of people give when they're up close to these things. I myself am lucky I've never had that problem, and I don't want to ever have that problem, but, you know.
But talking about the spooky, crazy stuff, and, you know, most people don't realize that, you know, the Bridgewater Triangle is supposedly cursed by the Native Americans. You know, before Massachusetts was called Massachusetts, it was actually, I know I'm not pronouncing that right well, but it was actually called Plymouth Colony. Mm-hmm. We're going to go back and, you know, hit a little history here. Has anyone ever heard of King Philip War?
It's crazy, and you know, it begs the question. It's like, what is the history behind something like that? You know, what could cause something of that nature? And truthfully, it all seems to date back. Everything that we've talked about, and, you know, that we've looked at and whatnot, it all dates back to this time period when things started. Now, granted, I went and looked. I didn't find anything. It could quite possibly be a ley line running right through that state. Who knows? But it just seems.
I do believe that, because, you know, there's 3 bodies of water, moving water, that are right there close together.
Well, you know, it's funny that you mentioned moving water, and I happened to find something that I thought was rather interesting that you mentioned that. Let me get back to my computer here real quick. But we talked about that body of water they call the Nip. I have to look at it to actually be able to pronounce the word. It took me a few minutes to get it earlier today, but the Nip is a larger body of water. That's a decent size.
Oh, yeah.
But it's only, you know, as we said, it's only just a few feet deep. So literally, you know, you can walk through most of it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be at its deepest point. It's 8 feet deep.
Right, and But here's the crazy thing about that. Let me punch this up here.
You gonna pull up the Nip Islands?
Well, you know, there's something in there that I don't know that. Where are you? All of my stuff went into a certain folder, and it's all mixed in with everything else. Yeah, I love it when that happens. Oh, yes, Comfort Bridge. There we go. Here we go. Comfort Bridge and the Solitude Stone. Look at this real quick here.
There's a bunch of around the area and it's. I know which stone you're talking about. It has the Solitude. What do you call it? The dead blanket.
So we've got the Solitude Stone, which might possibly be the biggest clue in the mystery of the Bridgewater Triangle. Home American Cross. Okay, here we go. It said Evelyn Packard, as local papers called her, had taken a trolley from her home in Brockton to the Americanage Club on South Street in August 1916. It was a beautiful sunny Wednesday morning as she rented a canoe and began a journey in which she would never return. Soon after, Packard began her paddle into oblivion, as they call it, downtown river. And that's the name of the river, Town River. Two local boys found her canoe floating empty in a lagoon. The authorities were stunned. If she had fallen into the water from her canoe, surely there would be water in the interior to indicate a splash. But there was none. The canoe was bone dry. Area doctors speculated that Packard had wandered into the Huckamuck Swamp and become crazed by her experiences. Townspeople dragged the river, despite the suspicion that the girl was lost in the swamp, but produced no evidence to solve the mystery of her disappearance. The day after Packard disappeared, one local newspaper reported the mystery remains as deep as ever, and that there remains one explanation, that the young woman was a victim of foul play. Miss Packard's own family scouted the land. Man, it's not written very well right here. But there were several cottages along the riverbank, and what they thought was she was being held prisoner. Maybe she'd been kidnapped. In other words, the disappearance of this really beautiful woman is a profound mystery. Her body was eventually found under Skim Milk Bridge, which, in parentheses, two bridges down the river from Comfort on the Town River, 3 days after she went missing. During the search for the body, while searchers were still combing the river, a local newspaper reporter found something curious in the woods. It was a particular stone with an inscription on it. It's literally in the middle of nowhere. Now, 1900s Bridgewater historian Edgar Howard wrote of the incident. While sitting upon the bridge, resting a day after an arduous search for the girl, the writer's attention was arrested by an inscription chiseled upon a flat stone forming on the south side of the bridge. The stone was of an oblong shape and perhaps 5 to 6 feet across. Curiosity was aroused, and an attempt was made to decipher the ancient inscription, which was comprised of 6 lines extending across the face of the stone, which had almost been completely obliterated by time and the elements. And it was only by clearing away the tangled vines and filling the letters. The poem inscribed on the solitude reads like this: "All ye who in future days walk by the Nuckatesset stream, love not him who hummed his lay, cheerful to the parting beam, but the beauty that he wooed." As to what that means, I'm completely at a miss. And it's never been found who might have, chiseled the stone. I mean, it's literally a complete mystery.
Well, that Necatec is one of the Indian villages that were right there.
So it's a good possibility that this might have actually been chiseled by, some of the Native Americans that had lived there at the time. What it means, we don't know, because, when I first read this, I expected something ominous as I'm reading the article. And then I read this and I'm like, it's almost kind of a complete mystery to me in that sense.
Pulled out from folklore legend that one of the Native Americans had women had fell in love with one of the English, that had come over, and basically they were forbidden to see each other, and they made a pact to meet at this rock. Well, supposedly they were caught, and they were dealt with in not so nice a way. They were drowned in the Nip lake there.
Huh.
And all of a sudden, a couple of days later, this inscription shows up on the Solitude Rock. No one knows who carved it, supposedly the legend, but I can't find anything other than that little story right there, folklore, that ties anything to the rock. The rock's carving was sometimes after 1675.
Huh. Wow. So that just kind of that's very interesting, mysterious.
See that? Yeah, that ties back into the King Philip Wars of 1675, where most people don't know King Philip's was the name given by the English to the leader, the chief of the, I think it's the Wampum tribe. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Indian tribe.
I can tell you in a moment here because I actually found a really cool write-up on that. The Wampanoag.
Yeah, Wampanoag. That's right.
Oh, and I'm sorry. It's let's see, the leader of the Pokanakets, a tribe within the Wampanoag Indian Federation. So yes.
Yep. Like I said, I guess the main war chief was, like I said, he was dubbed King Philip's.
Yeah, and his real name was Metacom.
Yep. I'm talking about when I say a bloody war. Well, back in 1675, 500 English were killed. 3,000 Native Americans were killed. And supposedly they hunted King Philip's down in the swamp of the there and killed him. Well, accustomed to English, they took the head, put it on a pike, put it out in front of the Fort Bridgewater that was there. That's where the Bridgewater got its name from. There was a fort there. It stayed there for 2 years. That mysteriously disappeared then. No one knows what happened to it. But supposedly in his last dying words was he cursed the land.
He said, I am determined not to live until I have no country.
Yeah, like I said, so, that's pretty powerful stuff there. Your last dying wishes are to place a curse, on the land. And then I believe there's a ley line. That's my belief. I didn't find anything that said that, but just looking at the layout of the land, and I've actually been there. It's a freaky place. I did some investigation there because the Nippon, Lake Nip is what they call, most of the locals call it. Like you said, it's only 8 feet deep, and there's an island out there. And supposedly the locals say that, you can go out there fishing and stuff, and they call them the little red devils. These little ape-looking creatures will come down, throw rocks at you, howl and scream, and people have heard all kind of crazy noises. I'm wondering if those are juvenile Sasquatches.
That very right. That might, very well may be. If people don't understand, Bigfoot's always been, he's always been related to a giant ape man. So it would not surprise me if, what they were looking at, they couldn't kind of wrap their minds around it.
Well, think about it. You got this lake out there. To an adult Sasquatch is nothing, you get a 9-10 foot Sasquatch, the lake's only 8 feet deep. They can walk across that. But you get a 3 to 4 foot juvenile, they can't swim. But what if they can't swim that well at that age? Their parents could actually, the female could actually take their young out there to that island that's way away from land, put them there so they can't get into any mischief. It's kind of like a play area, and then they could leave and go off and do whatever they need to do. Well, all these little juveniles are out there, and they see people coming up. They're teed off because they're stuck out there, and they're throwing rocks and sticks and screaming because they were left there by their parents until their parents come back.
And
that's kind of that's what I come up with.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing too. I mean, you've got I've got family in Massachusetts, so I've been around a good portion of Mass. It's mostly city. You know what I mean? It's all mostly, developed things. So when you have something like, the Hockomock Swamp and this, forest preserve literally right in the middle of the state, and by comparison, it's a big place. But in comparison, it's really not a big place. So when you can literally have a Sasquatch hiding or living in this area without many people actually ever seeing it or being around it unless they go into the area, you know what I mean, is a very, it makes you wonder, honestly. I mean, you look at the idea of like the swamp ape. I think that's what they call it, right? The swamp ape, like in Florida and places like that where they have, these large swamps and whatnot. But these things are coming out, into like people's backyards or into camping areas. I mean, a lot of sightings have been made by that, but I really kind of couldn't find too much on, because I would assume if there's a Bigfoot living in there or a clan or two living in that area, it's not a big area, they're going to have to push out a little bit. But there doesn't seem to be any sightings as to, people, guy comes out one night to walk his dog and there's one standing in his backyard. He's like, holy shit. You don't really, I haven't read anything about that.
Well, I don't know I couldn't find any stuff online really, but I do know from personal experience because I've went to investigate the Hockomock Swamp. There's supposedly a Hockomock Swamp monster out there, and it's a Sasquatch. And talking about that, they're few and far between because it's so freaking isolated. Like I said, you're talking about that's 1,700 square miles of just swamp. Not usable land, it's little islands here and there, but it's just swamp. And it's hard to investigate because it's hard to get around. Like I said, that's one of the biggest hot spots in it. But the Native Americans had several myths and legends on it. But, it's one of those things, like I said, where you got Dogman, you got Bigfoot. Supposedly, Dogman has been seen. The Michigan Dogman has been seen in the area. Now, why they call it the Michigan Dogman, I don't know. Most time everybody just says Dogman, but the Michigan Dogman is supposed to have a little bit more unique, like a silver mane running across the top of his head, and that has been seen in the Hockomock Swamp.
Well, it's funny. I actually just punched up. I did a quick search, and I actually the earliest sighting for the Bridgewater Sasquatch was in 2009. It said that the Bigfoot sightings in the vicinity of Freetown, the town that serves as the western angle of the D-lined map of this bizarre area. The most interesting of these accounts happened on July 14th of that year, when a young man and his girlfriend spotted a large, brown, hair-covered man standing up from a crouched position on the side of a two-lane highway. He goes on to say that my girlfriend and I were riding in my Jeep on Route 140 from New Bedford to Freetown. Tonight, at about 11 p.m., my girlfriend saw this large, brown, hairy man standing up from a crouched position on the side of a two-lane highway. She lets out a scream, prompting me to look at the creature standing there. He made fluid movements like a man, but had an almost ape-like quality. We couldn't see his face, but upon returning to the area, we saw the man was nothing. After calling 911 and telling them that someone was running into the median of the highway, they told us that they had similar reports of what we saw on that stretch of highway between exit 7, Brayley Road, and exit 8, Chase Road. And they told me that they were sending state troopers to investigate.
Yep, that's one of the stories. And see, there's certain areas that are off limits in there. Even stories of the black helicopters going back and forth and flying, and supposedly doing covert stuff in there. Did you find anything on the pup wedgies?
I did not know. I didn't see anything on anything like that.
Like I said, it's balls of light and stuff like that. Supposedly the pup wedgies can turn themselves into balls of light and float through, and they're supposed to lure you out into the woods. Like I said, that's one of the local lures. What else did you find something on?
Let's see.
DW wanted you to read the black dog story one more time. He didn't get to hear it a while ago.
The black dog story? You want me to say that now? Or?
Yeah, we might as well, because like I said, I think we were breaking up or something a while ago when we first started. You know how everything goes usually when we first get kicked off.
Okay. I gotta find it now. Where are you? I think that's it. Yep, the mystery of the black dog. Let's see. Okay, so it was a quick recap. In April 30th of 76, about 7 a.m., Philip Kane, who's a firefighter in Abington, was awoken by his 12-year-old daughter, Carol. And, Carol went out that morning to find her two ponies, Jojo and Peekaboo, try to find, go to feed them and whatnot, and, anticipating a feed and hanging out and whatnot. But when she went out there, she noticed that they were completely wrapped around a tree, laying on their sides, while a large, enormous dog was feeding on them, completely covered in blood. So she came into the house screaming like, "Daddy," completely flipping out. So he grabs a baseball bat and goes running out there and sees this thing. And it's, from what he had said, he goes half awake and half dressed. He goes stumbling outside to see the ponies, to have the large black and brown dog about the size of the ponies themselves feeding on them. He went out there and, chased the dog away first with his baseball bat, and then a little bit later, it actually came back to continue feeding. And that's when he went out with the pistol and shot at it. From there, police had ended up catching up with the dog not too far away after it ran into the woods a second time, fired at it and missed. And now you've got so many sightings and whatnot. The next day, the last time the dog was presumed to be seen was a day or two later, and police officer Frank Curran actually saw it down on the train tracks, and it was walking. He pulled up, had a clean shot, stopped, aimed, fired. Now, as well as I do, anybody who is like law enforcement constantly, they know their weapon. If they stop and they have a chance to aim, they're going to hit what they're shooting at. And apparently he wasn't that far away from this thing. And it was almost like he either missed or the bullets went right through it. And all this thing did was just kind of look up, look at him, turn around and walk in the opposite direction like nothing ever happened. And from
that's weird.
It is, which is really strange, because it kind of makes you wonder. You know what I mean? Okay, if we're, if we're thinking that this is a hellhound, because it seems to have all of the
characteristics.
Yes, exactly. There you go. All the characteristics of such a thing. Well, everything I've heard about a hellhound is they're extremely aggressive. So if you've got this police officer by himself taking shots at this thing, why wouldn't it have just turned around and attacked him? But it didn't. And as far as we know, it didn't actually attack any people, but it attacked other animals, which is rather strange as well, which kind of makes you wonder. It's like, geez, what was this thing like? Was it a mutant dog, or really was it, A hellhound.
Well, that's like the Mansfield mystery cat. I'm wondering if it's not a misinterpretation of what people were seeing, because they said this thing was as large as a Great Dane. That's a for people that don't know, that's a very, very large dog, and if that's a cat, that's bigger than a tiger.
That's crazy.
You know, and it was sighted. The first sighting or reported sighting was in 1993, and like I said, I think the last sighting was in 2013. This thing has been seen from everywhere from the swamp to that the last sighting was right on the edge of the Freedom Town State Forest. Is the last time it was seen, and it's not been reported anywhere else but in the Bridgewater Triangle.
You had mentioned something earlier about about the Nip or Lake Nipponitik. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I guess we'll just call it the Nip for short. I found my write-up on it, and it's rather interesting.
Go ahead.
So it says the Nip is a 354-acre of extreme high strangeness. The Nip straddles Bridgewater and Raynham and is located on the boundary line of the Plymouth and Bristol counties. Cryptic creatures, spectral fires, Native American ghosts, UFOs, and other unusual sightings have been seen here at the lake, a body of water that holds a mysterious history of accidents and drownings. For decades, this lake has held the reputation of stealing the lives of people too young to die, with an average depth of a mere 3 feet and just 6 feet at its deepest point. The Nip's morbid history of drowning is certainly one of its biggest mysteries. It seems as though the lake is a place where anything can happen. The skies over the Nip are a favorite hangout for UFOs, and those same strange skies over the lake here have rained frogs at least on one occasion, so it's been told. Alien pods? No. A rare organism survived the Ice Age, which made an appearance in the lake in the summer of 2012 on occasions. Really don't know. But in the 1920s, one local paper reported that the lake had snakes so large that they were eating the trout. In the summer of 2012, a huge alien-looking blob mysteriously invaded the dark waters of the lake, some as large as 4 feet. The strange jellyfish-looking organisms turned out to be a little-known species that is millions of years old, having survived the Ice Age, called bryozoans, and they are typically found in the Arctic Ocean. But this is a particular breed that is found in fresh water. With tentacles, a mouth, and reproductive organs, these creatures are one of the Earth's most bizarre creatures. That they would make an appearance here at the Nip is not that much of a stretch of the imagination. To me personally, it kind of is, but it said black magic is said to be conducted on the islands of the Nip, and local legends has it that the island is a very sacred Indian burial ground. Jack Kelly knows firsthand the crazy stuff that goes on in these islands. Growing up on the lake, Kelly has seen plenty of bizarre activity. One time he had rowed out to the small island and found evidence of voodoo. They found a weird doll with a seashell necklace and real human hair. It was really, really intricately detailed. I touched it and wished that I hadn't. I felt weird for weeks until I went back, and it was gone. And all the ritual sites were gone as well. On the large island, he had also said that he had had many strange experiences, including this one. One time, he and a friend were camped out on that main island there on the Nip. Out of nowhere, his friend started feeling suicidal, like he was blank. He started walking into the water and tried to drown himself, like something had taken over his body, like he was blank and lifeless.
Dude, that's fucking weird.
That is weird. I mean, you've unbelievable.
Yeah, but the mystery fire. See, when I've talked to a lady that said one time when I was up there, like I said, investigating the Sasquatch thing, she said that she was out one evening, and now most people don't know this, but you can actually walk just about all the way around the Nip Lake. It takes you a while, but you can walk around it. She said about on the back side, but it looked like it was in the water. She could see like a bonfire So she thought, she was young. She thought some kids out there partying. So she walks around there and gets around to where the fire's supposed to be, and she can't find any trace of a fire ever there.
Wow.
She's like, well, okay, I must have missed it or whatever. So she walks back around to where she originally was, looks out, and there's the fire. Right where she had just.
That is insane. It is insane. And it almost makes you wonder, it's not out of the realm of people going in and doing stupid things like practicing, black magic or, other forms of less desirable rituals and whatnot. And I mean, if you think about it, wouldn't that be the place to do it? I mean, in Indian burial ground, you've got this it's a complete strange area all the way around.
Somebody in the chat said that they went and looked at a ley line chart, and there is a ley line that runs right through there.
Really?
Yes.
No kidding. Well, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that was Cat.
That was Cat that said that.
But the thing that most people don't know, magic is not really black or white. All of it. You can have some bad intent. Most people call black. The pentagrams. The pentagram itself is not evil or good. It all depends on if it's turned up, it means to send out. If it's turned down, it means to
invoking or banishing.
Yeah. Like I said, that's the whole gist of that. Like I said, it's not good nor bad. It's all in how you use it. You can take something and mean something really good, but you use bad stuff to do it.
Right. I mean, and as far as I'm concerned, when it comes down to it, there is good and bad in everything. As far as that goes, and I think I remember DW saying one time that there was a difference. Voodoo isn't bad, but hoodoo, that's not good. You know what I mean? There's two sides to everything. You know what I mean? As far as that goes. So it just wouldn't surprise me. I mean, to now know that there's a ley line that literally runs right through the middle of that. Wow. That literally, it makes sense, because to me personally, of course you're going to get a supercharged area when it comes to a ley line, and your paranormal energy, negative energy, is just literally going to shoot right through the roof. But I'm still a really big believer that cryptids can tend to be drawn to paranormal things, can be drawn to energies like that. And with a ley line there, you're going to have stuff, filtering in that's going to be drawn to that area. And to hear about, UFO sightings in the area, that just kind of goes right in with that too. That's an energy or a power. You know what I mean? And it would not surprise me if that's going to draw them into, if they know more about that stuff than we would. So it's really a rather interesting and chilling thing.
Hey, did you find anything about the hospital?
Hospital.
You mean the one in the middle of the triangle?
Yep. I'm talking about dead center almost of the triangle.
Wasn't it?
You know what? I think let me check something here real quick. I have something in my things. It was from the last stream that we had, the last Paranormal Hour. I had 7. Let me punch into this folder here. 7 of the most haunted places in New England. There was a hospital here, and I wonder if that was Bridge, Dogtown. The only thing I have is Danvers State Hospital. I don't know if that's. I wonder if Danvers, Mass, kind of sits right in there, because
it's supposed to be Taunton.
Taunton State
however
Hospital.
You pronounce that.
Oh, Taunton. Okay, hold on a second here. I can actually find that rather quickly.
That's like do you know of a town called Middlesbrough?
Yeah. Yep.
Huh?
Middleborough.
Yeah. These 3 towns are built over the top of
Taunton, Middleborough, and Dartmouth.
Yeah, they were actually built on top of the Indian settlements that were there. They slaughtered them and then built their towns over top of them.
Oh, okay.
Possibly haunted as you know what.
Yeah, America's most haunted asylum, Taunton Hospital of Massachusetts. Wow. I mean, I'm looking at the pictures here, and this is just like, yikes.
I've been to it, but I didn't learn a whole lot. But I want to tell you something. There's some freaky stuff that goes on there.
Well, I'm looking at a picture right now where it just shows you. I mean, at this point, the hospital's run down. I mean, I don't know how. Wow. You're just looking at the thing. Honestly, I would not go in there. That's just me.
I went in there kind of like, you know, hey, let's go check this out. Back in my younger days, and it's disgusting in there because you've got teenagers that, over the years that have went in there and did graffiti and all kind of stuff. But I want to tell you something. That place at night, you will be in a room by yourself and swear there's someone else in there. You know, some people touching you.
You know something? I've seen this hospital before. Now that I look at the pictures of it, I've seen this hospital before. And I don't know. I believe it had to be in the fall months, close to winter, if not winter, because this thing is massive. And I can remember what it looks like going by on the highway and seeing this thing. It kind of almost like it almost sits on a hill, doesn't it?
Yep.
Okay, I've seen this before, and I remember driving by there and looking out the window and being like, nope. And I remember my father saying something about it being like a mental asylum or something like that, and that's pretty much what it says here.
It was originally, I think, just a regular hospital. Then it got turned into a mental ward. And I think after the mental ward, it was like a hospital for TB patients back in the 20s or 30s.
Well, I'll read a little bit what we got right here. It says, built in 1854. It was originally called the State Lunatic Hospital at Taunton. Although newer and more modern buildings were eventually added to the 154-acre parcel of land, the original building was known as the Kirkbride Building. Remained standing for over 150 years. Recently rebuilt and remodeled, this was the building that most of the ghosts called home. Long before it was finally closed in 1975, the insane asylum saw the history's worst killers. Among them was serial killer Jane Toppin. Jane was a nurse at Cambridge Hospital, and during her time there, she experimented on patients using morphine and atropine. In addition to her known medically induced deaths, Jane also had the goal of claiming more victims than any other female serial killer. Upon capture, she confessed to murdering 31 patients in total. She remained at Taunton up until her death in 1938. Lizzie Borden, the young woman accused, well, we all know Lizzie, also spent time behind the walls of Taunton. More frightening than its residents were the rumors that began circulating regarding the hospital's staff. Shortly before its closure, many of the hospital's patients reported an uneasy feeling whenever they passed a doorway to the basement. It wasn't until a few staff members began digging in old files that they found might have been the cause. In the 1920s, patients reported seeing a select group of doctors and nurses taking fellow patients down to the basement. The patients who went down there were never seen again. It's believed that this select group were Satanists conducting rituals and experiments on patients. This was never conclusively proven, but those brave enough to go down into the basement have said all of that. Once down there, they were overcome by an intense feeling of paranoia. Some have even said that they saw shadows moving across the walls. Wow. I mean, there's more to go on there, but I mean, wow. You know?
Hey, DW, I sent you a link in your email. There's all kind of crazy stuff.
It's insane.
Like I said, there's so much paranormal and crazy cryptids. Did you find anything? When you were doing your research about the Thunderbirds?
I think I did. I remember seeing something about Thunderbirds in there. I actually found this really cool site. It was a lady.
My younger I kept hearing these crazy stories about birds with, 15-foot wingspans, and just they were as big as small Cessna planes.
Jeez.
Can you imagine a bird the size of a plane?
That is something that I can't even imagine. I mean, let's see.
Said Mr. Coleman that wrote the book Mysteries of America. That's where the Bridgewater Triangle got dubbed. He has a nice museum right there. I'm talking about he has probably as many, if not the most, Bigfoot castings from around the area and around the United States, and just all kind of crazy cryptid stories. So if you're ever in the area, you need to look it up. The Bigfoot Museum in Massachusetts.
Okay, here we go. I got some Thunderbird stuff.
This is good.
Let's see. Okay, now mind you, I got this. Most of the most comprehensive stuff that I had found was off a certain website, and this one woman literally has done all this research. It's fantastic. You know what I mean, as far as this goes. And let's see. There have been a few sightings of the infamous Thunderbirds in the Bridgewater Triangle. The most famous one involving a police officer. Police Sergeant Thomas Downey was driving home from work one very late summer night when he had a very strange encounter with a Thunderbird as he slowed down an intersection. The officer claimed that the 6-foot-tall bird, the 6-foot-tall winged creature, was standing in the middle of the road. The creature looked at him and then darted straight up into the air. As it rose up into the air and flew into the woods, Downey noticed that the creature had a wingspan of 8 to 12 feet. This report appeared in the Boston Magazine article in 1980. Another famous Bridgewater Triangle Thunderbird legend is the dueling Thunderbirds. The story goes on that 2 huge black birds were seen in the swamp fighting in the air. A couple of other Thunderbird reports come back from the book Weird New England. One sighting in 1988 involved 2 young boys who followed enormous 3-toed tracks into the woods, only to encounter a terrifying creature with a black wrinkled face, dark feathers, long brown legs that dangled behind it as it flew off into the forest. Another sighting occurred in 1992 in Taunton. Both of these accounts have eyewitness reports of the same wingspan as Thomas Downey, about 12 feet. In 1993, a mother and daughter found an enormous black bird dead in a field behind their house in Middleborough. They dragged it back to their house, wrapping its remains in aluminum foil and putting it into an empty trash can. The 2 women had to go out. When they returned to the house, they found the evidence that they had believed to be a Thunderbird was gone, already dragged off by some kind of animal. All that remained were scraps of aluminum foil littered all over the ground.
Damn.
Thunderbirds to me are like an enigma. I mean, I remember the story that DW did, which was super interesting, but it's like, wow. That having a very young child, that scares the shit out of me. Excuse my French, sorry. I'm dollar into the swear jar. But it scares the Jesus right out of me, man. I can't imagine. I mean, okay, dealing with a Bigfoot or a hellhound or ghosts, that's one thing. But when, you're just walking along and you get this big thing swooping down at you from above, and how do you run from something like that? You know what I mean? Especially if it's big enough to chase you wherever you can go,
Find some trees, really, really big trees.
It's a very interesting subject to me because I don't know that much about Thunderbirds. I know a lot about thunderclaps, but I just saw Maritza put into the chat. But as far as Thunderbirds go, I don't really know that much about them.
Lakea's not built the swear jar up.
Vault took my whole week's work paycheck for the swear jar. I'm sad.
Yeah, she was bad.
No
And
M&Ms
she didn't
for
get
me.
no M&Ms either.
Oh no.
But yeah, the Thunderbird thing has always been one of the things that fascinated me. But it's hard to figure out what is myth and what is real because, like I said, it's not like it doesn't leave a whole lot of sign anywhere you go because, like I said, it's flying, and that's something I can't really track. Now, if it lands, leaves a mark in the trees, yes. But most of the time, everybody sees it flying. And these things are supposed to make the sound of like a squawk, like a pterodactyl makes. I've always wondered if that's maybe what it is. Because most people don't say, the feathers were this color. They say it's skin, not feathers.
Right. You know, in the couple of cases that we saw here, there were black feathers. You know what I mean? One of the cases, anyway. Yeah, and if you think about it, which I just kind of had to for a moment, you know, a Thunderbird literally could be like one of the best kept secrets on the planet, if you think about it. You know what I mean? It's so big that it can fly into places and make its, nesting area or its lair, and nobody would ever be able to go up there or would want to go up to an area like that.
It's one of the things that's always intrigued me because, like I said, it's not something easy. You can't just go out and track it.
Are you kind of breaking up a little bit there, buddy?
Not me and your cheers to some fight.
It's going to win.
With it one time, and I'm pushing it.
Okay. But like I said, that's one of the things that's always interested me about them. Because you find them all over the freaking place. Arizona, New Mexico, California.
Well, let me ask you a question. In a majority of these places where people have seen Thunderbirds, and massive winged creatures like this, okay, so we'll take Bridgewater as an example. Isn't the Appalachian Trail not that far away? Those mountains.
Yep, it runs right there close to it.
Okay, well, I mean, in New Mexico, aren't the Rocky Mountains pretty close to that too?
Yep, runs right there.
I mean, and if you think about it, these things could fly really high up into the mountains, and nobody would ever go up there. I mean, it's not like we're getting these guys that want to go climb Mount Everest in a massive mountain range. I mean, and being as big as these things are, they could fly from a distance of so many miles, and it wouldn't be anything to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, most people that report them are pilots, and when I say pilots, it's everything from a helicopter pilot all the way up to a 747. Supposedly had a bird in 1999 or 1998. I'm not looking at the paperwork right now, but it was flying at 10,000 feet off the left wing of the plane, and the pilot at first thought it was a Cessna until it turned, and he could see it was a bird. But he was contacting aircraft control and wanting to know why Cessna was flying so close to him.
I could see that too.
And it's hard to judge size in the air unless you're used to being there. And like I said, pilots are very good observers. But like I said, I just don't see a pilot mistaking regular sized birds for being as big as a Cessna.
Well, I mean, I've never flown. Well, I've only been in a Cessna like once or twice in my life, and I don't know how to fly it. And I've never been in a big airliner, so I mean, only just a couple of short trips around Wells Beach, you know what I mean, has been my experience of it. But, for me personally, being a kid up in there, there's so much to look at. It almost would seem likely to me that a pilot, first glance, would think it's another plane until they actually got a really good look at it and saw it looking at him, at them, I should say. So, I mean, I guess maybe I could see that,
Well, according to what I remember, how he determined that it was not a plane, it was actually a bird, is because it flapped its wings in flight. And it just freaked him out. But I'm talking about, he's like going all kind of crazy on the intercom system with the air traffic control.
Have you, not getting off subject, it may sound like it a little bit, but I think it really relates to the fact that you've heard of reports coming out of Europe mostly about people hearing what they think is dragons. You know, they're hearing these roars in the sky, and on cloudy days or days where it's not bright, or if it's really, really bright, the sun's right on top of you. Could it be a possibility that maybe if it's not, that it could be a thunderbird of some kind? I mean, we don't know anything about these things, and a lot of our knowledge is very limited on something like this. So,
yeah, dude, anything's possible.
You know, I mean, it's possible these things could roar. I mean, if it's a massive winged creature like this, it's not going to be like a Tweety bird. Oh, I saw a putty tat. You know what I mean, type of thing. So,
think of how large an eagle is and the amount of noise it can make. Now, take something the size of a plane and think of how much noise it can make. Right.
So you amplify that by about 10,000. You know what I mean? And you're going to have something that sounds like this, just absolute, you know, thunder of the gods type of roar thing coming out. And I mean, it coming up from the air will scare the holy crap right out of you.
Well, since you want to throw that out there, this is another theory that I'm thinking of. What if back in the, you know, the ancient times, you know, during, you know, the Middle Ages, what if people were seeing actual thunderbirds and not dragons, and that's just what they call them?
Right, exactly. I mean, because if these things are, you know, in a lot of reports, pterodactyls, or they could have very well been mistaken for scaly, large reptilian type of creatures. You know,
somebody in the Middle Ages seeing a pterodactyl, well, how do you think they would describe it?
Yeah, exactly. It would be like, oh my god, it's a dragon. You know what I mean? So these are things that are written on cave drawings, ancient cave drawings. You know what I mean? So it's, very right, you know, very right. Well, could be something like that, and you know, it's interesting.
Yeah, like I said, anything is possible. I believe. You know, I'm not going to miscount anything because that wasn't there. And like I said, there's not enough information, especially on the Thunderbirds, because like I said, it's hard to find evidence because they're in the freaking air. We don't know where they go. Absolutely. And nobody's ever found a Thunderbird nest, supposedly.
You know, I'm seeing somebody in the chat right here, Stephen Main, grew up there in the 60s and 70s. He says he has a personal experience. Stephen, if you get a chance, why don't you type that into the chat and see if we can relate that to what we're talking about and, you know, what you might have seen.
That would be awesome if he could type it in the chat and have Chaos read it off.
Oh, yeah.
That would be great. Oh, we took over your chat talking about a pork skins over here.
Sounds like it.
Sounds like a hurricane. Everybody can hear the rain at Chaos's.
Yep.
Yeah, when I step out the back door, they can hear the raindrops on my grill right next to me.
Vault and Chaos, do you think they're winged humanoid creatures?
Sure, why not? I believe anything is possible with the crazy crap that I've seen. I've personally never seen one, but, you know, think of a pterodactyl, the way their body structure looks. I'm talking about they almost look kind of humanish. And if it's high enough in the air, you may mistake it for a human flying.
You know, it's rather interesting, and I just took to, let's see here. Body of a bizarre winged humanoid found in Mexico. There are some reports of something like that.
I'm sorry, Cass, go ahead.
Well, no, it just and I'm looking at the search thing here, and there are some reports of something like this going on, and you know, then all of a sudden you see Mothman start popping up. It could be right. Well, I mean, if you think about it, I'm not going to take anything out of you know, I'm not going to say no, that doesn't exist, because I mean, if you think about it, you know, it's completely and entirely possible for something like that to hide from us and only see it if it's died or, you know, it's in the air. I mean, because let's face it, these things can hide in places that we just can't go or would not go to begin with. So yeah, I think there's a very well possibility that there could be winged humanoid creatures. There's, you know, I think it just takes one good one that you know, we can investigate ourselves. You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, the topic's been brought up before that, you know, the government, you know, will take all this stuff and hide it from us so it doesn't cause mass panic. And I think that there's a lot of truth to maybe something like that. You know, we've talked about it before on and I've heard it talked about before in a lot of Sasquatch chats. So, I mean, it's very right well possible.
What were you saying, Lakaya?
I was going to read out a question. Madam G wanted to know, has anyone heard of people finding random stairs that lead to nowhere in the middle of the forest where they shouldn't be? And is this a real phenomenon or fake? And Bald, I know you've told this story before it got really, really popular through a lot of the horror narrators.
Yeah, I actually was out on a... We were trying to find some people one time, and I don't know if okay. This is kind of getting... I tell you what, Chaos. Let's see.
Didn't you tell that story on one of Darkwater's live streams?
Yes, I did.
If I can find that stream, I will post it in the chat if I can go find it real quick. I may not be able to, but he did tell that story. Like I said, that was before, you know...
I'll do a little skibit of it. Basically, we were on a rescue. We were trying to find some lost individuals, and we were when I say we were way out in the middle of nowhere, we were in the middle of nowhere. And all of a sudden, we walked up on these antebellum style stairs in the middle of the woods. There is no way to get them there unless they fell out of the freaking sky. But they were not damaged in any kind of way. And I don't understand how they were standing upright. There was nothing holding them up. They should have been laying down. And one of the guys that was with us just felt compelled that he had to go to the top of the stairs. He kept saying the answer's up there. And we had to physically pull him, make him leave. Once we got away from it, you know, that urge to go up the stairs and everything, it kind of like left. It was like he was entranced with those stairs. And I didn't want nothing to do with the dang things. And when we came back through, because the way we had went was actually impassable because there was a cliff there, we had to come back through. And we could not find those stairs again. That was that. Like I said, yeah, that was an odd one.
And Fish and Game in chat also told a story about some stairs in the forest or in the woods on one of your streams as well, Vault.
Yep.
I just seen that in chat and just wanted to.
Yep. Hey, Chaos, you want to take a slight little break here? Let everybody use the bathroom, get a drink or
crackling, some M&Ms, Devil's Cut,
whatever, and we'll come back with another hour, and we'll kind of like, you know, open up to the chat, you know, hey, what do y'all want to talk about? We may even dive into the strange things that you can come across YouTube. What about that for the second hour?
Strange things coming across YouTube. Okay. All right.
Well,
yeah, and if I didn't see him come back with that in the chat, but if Stephen Main is still in there, I would love to hear about his experience as it relates to the Bridgewater Triangle. That would be really cool to hear. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the chat, so I'm not sure if he actually put anything into the chat or anything like that. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can literally email any one of us.
Yep.
All right, everyone. So stick around just for a moment. The stream will not be closed. It will still be going. Just everybody's taking an intermission.
Yeah, just a little slight intermission here, folks. This is something new. Like I said, you know, these things can get kind of long, so we're going to do a slight little intermission. Here we go.
Yep. Make sure Barry fills up his coffee. So there we go.
All right, everybody, we're back. I think we're all back. You back yet, KS?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. Thanks, y'all. I needed that.
All right, everyone. Tell us how you enjoyed that intermission in the chat. That way we know whether to keep it or nix it for next time.
And I'm thinking actually of doing a few little commercials, like for everybody's channel. That way, when we do like a little intermission, because like I said, these things run on pretty. You get to talk about a unique subject, and it's nice, about every hour or so to be able to fill your coffee cup up. So I'm thinking about getting everybody to do like Lakea do a little, 30-minute segment. 30-second segment commercial, and I can play those. And what do y'all think about that? Or we may talk about in our little commercial up and coming stuff.
I like that idea.
Hey, one of the things we didn't talk about the Bridgewater, y'all, is I don't know if Chaos found anything. What about the giant snakes out of the swamp?
Is somebody got their YouTube on? Because I hear a reverb coming off of my end.
Not on my side.
Not on my side.
I know mine's muted. But...
Can you still hear a reverb?
Yeah. Well, no. Actually, I don't hear it. If I do, it's really, really...
One of those phantom... Okay.
Who knows? Maybe I'm falling victim to the Friday Night 2.0. Yeah, I still hear myself in the background.
Like I said, there's giant snakes in the Massachusetts swamp. I'm talking about some freaking huge ones, y'all. I don't know if anybody knows what a stovepipe is, but I know you know how big your average car tire is.
Thank you, Hercules, for that donation. And I know there were several donations earlier that come through that I didn't get to read out loud. Thank you, Miss Rad, as well. And I know there's another one I'm missing. I didn't get a chance to write it down in time. But thank you all for all the donations through Super Chat.
Yep, they're very appreciated. And like I said, we're just going to use them right now to buy more equipment and just kill it here on the Vault of Nightmares. And I know that my brother DW is got some more stuff coming. Like I said, we're really starting to hammer out our YouTube stuff, where most people want you to pay for shows that we're doing. I'm not going to do that. We like the platforms we're using, so we're going to keep using them as far as I know of. But like I said, we want to be able to bring you this, something like you get on to Mississippi Talk Radio or US Gov Radio or something like that. And, real talk show radios, because like I said, DW has made me sound like I was listening to like After Dark Radio or something.
Oh, I polled the chat earlier, Vault. We all, pretty much the majority, are in agreement that we want you to come out with the Jesus Chair t-shirt.
Oh.
So we need us a t-shirt with the Jesus Chair on it.
Oh, I'd wear that t-shirt all day.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, kind of put me on the spot. It's hard to make Vault loss of words, and that was one of them.
Roland, thank you so much.
That's awesome.
But like I said,
I myself haven't heard, and I mean, I've only heard the snakes mentioned. I haven't actually been able to find anything actually, as far as an article on them themselves.
Well, I've actually had an encounter with one of the big son of a guns.
Ooh, do tell.
Well, I don't remember if people remember the first live streams we were doing. I told the story about, being off somewhere. We were going through what I call jungle training, but we wasn't in a jungle. We were actually right outside the Hickomock Swamp. A buddy of mine were helicopter, give you a knife, a couple of supplies, and a compass and a topographical map, and they tell you, meet us here. And unless you want a long walk, you meet them there. And it was dark. And what they do is they have other teams out trying to capture you. So you're learning how to evade capture. And we were going through. We were close to our LZ, and that's our extracting point. And we decided, well, at first light, we were supposed to meet them on the LZ and be extracted, but we could hear other people around in the woods, in the surrounding area, and they were out looking for us. So we kind of held up in this one little area that was kind of like a little island, and to get to us, we would have to hear you trudging through the water. Well, there was this log there, and we decided, well, we're just gonna sit here and eat a couple of MREs and everything. Well, my buddy took his pipe and just threw up against the log, and he kind of leaned up against it, and I threw my leg over the log. That's how big this log was, and sat down, and I took my knife out, my K-bar, and just stuck it in a log. And as I did that, the log rolled, and then took off.
Mm.
And I ain't talking about rolled off. I'm talking about it slithered away. It was a freaking snake. That's how big it was. We thought it was a log. I'm sitting on it. That I don't know if DW is in the chat, but I know he's heard me tell that story to him several freaking times. But like I said, that's that was my first experience with it. And then several people had told me, they were out in the Nip lake, and all of a sudden something rolled the water, and this giant serpent come out, went up on the bank, and took off. Like I said, we're talking about things the size of a car tire. Just walk outside tomorrow, look at your car tire, and think of a snake that big. I can't tell you the length because, like I said, I didn't get a chance. I didn't see the head nor the tail until they come by me. And I can't tell you what kind of snake it was. All I can tell you is it was big, and it was not happy that it had a knife sticking in it. And it took my K-bar, and that was one of my favorite K-bars.
Hey, Vault.
Yeah.
Not to sound like a stupid female, because I'm not.
Yeah.
What the hell is a K-bar?
A K-bar is a military fighting knife.
All right. Thank you.
Wow. I myself personally am not cool with anything big enough to eat me. So,
Well, like I said, I didn't see the head, thank goodness, because that's basically all we had was a couple of K-bars, a couple of sharpened sticks. Oh, by the way, there's freaking hogs in that thing. And I said, we had sharpened a couple of sticks. That way, it kind of keeps it further away from us. Anytime you can put distance in between you and something, that's a good thing. So,
my grandmother always told me to stay away from snakes. She said, girls have snakes in their hairs, and always be afraid of the one-eyed ones. They're the worst.
So you fixing to get in trouble again.
I'm sorry.
You fixing to graduate from the swear jar to the swear bucket.
Everyone put me. I feel like I'm in the principal's office. He put a desk for me right beside him tonight. That way, anytime I get in trouble, he can just reach over and tap me. I feel like a little
DW
kid.
said he's got an anaconda.
Oh my good grief. Thanks. Go on, sister.
I got a hybrid.
Mom said I have a bad mouth. No, I don't have a bad mouth. That's what my grandmother told me. It's kind of like the whole quarter between the knees also.
Yeah, I met your grandma.
Crazy.
She wasn't even short a couple of bushels. Her truck hadn't even got to the field yet.
Sure hadn't.
and with that statement, we've just entered into the Vault After Dark part of the program.
See, the first half was the good half. That was paranormal with chaos. Now y'all get me.
And y'all return to cinder.
Just think about me in your dreams.
I will. You're my worst nightmare.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing you said all day.
And that was like the most perfect way you did that, because you did the cool laugh, and all of a sudden we hear the chair in the background. So, there we go. Oh, and the Zippo.
Oh, yeah. The K hit it for a little while, y'all. That's why she's in trouble. Very glad.
So what was it you guys were saying earlier? Something about scary stuff on YouTube?
Yeah, like the crazy stuff that you can find on YouTube. I don't care what you type in just about it. You can find something that scares the crap out of you. The one thing that everybody's been trying to get me to do is dark web. No, don't fool with that. No, thank you.
Is what?
The dark web.
The dark wood?
No, dark web. What the hell?
Oh, the dark web. Oh, okay. I'm like, what? I'm like, what's wrong with dark wood? It's just,
I think he hit the spin cycle.
Oops. Let's see.
Oh, we have a new addition to the vault here, and pretty soon y'all will get to see him.
Yes,
Don't
I
tell
will
nobody.
be, but you will have to go to the Vault of Nightmares Facebook page to see a picture of him. But Vault went up to my demon dog and went up to my baby Absol and went up to my Miss Bonnie Parker serial killer. He went and got him a freaking beast.
Yeah, I like him. I think I won up Vamps.
Satan.
Yeah, I found Satan's daddy. Anybody seen a German Shepherd that weighs almost 200 pounds?
Oh, that was okay. I saw a picture of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Bear. And Bear is going to start accompanying me on my little expeditions. I thought, what better thing, than put another animal out there. His eyes and noses, is better than mine. And, at least if a Sasquatch is coming at me, at least I got a buddy there like that's as big as I am. Maybe, maybe Sasquatch will be scratching his head like, what the hell is that? But yeah, that's my new Parker, y'all.
And because I'm doing shameless plugs, be sure to go buy a shirt from Dark Waters, the king of YouTube horror himself. He can post links in the chat to them, but I know you can also find the links on his Dark Waters Facebook page to them. They are awesome. Please get you one before they sell out. I don't know how many he has in stock, but I cannot wait till I receive mine.
Well, I saw something in chat, and because I think, as a matter of fact, I think I probably heard that mentioned a few other times about puck wedgies.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to okay, all right. I decided to punch that in here, and I found something, and it was sightings as early as last year, April of last year. And let's see, and wouldn't you know it, puck wedgies in, I don't know if I'm saying that right, in Freetown, and some fairy sightings in other parts of Massachusetts. Freetown being right there on the Bridgewater Triangle. So.
Yep, I told you they're all over that Bridgewater area, and some of them do some nice things, and some of them do some outrageously crazy, just evil crap. They say too, the more you talk about them, the more you draw them to you.
Well, then maybe we should stop talking about them because I've already got 3 of them in the other room. And I think just, 1 or 2 more is just going to be too much for me.
Yes, puck wedgies are the ones that people claim, if they're very territorial, they think, the land is theirs. And if you hear these people falling off cliffs for no reason, they always say, they were shoved, or somebody said it looked like they were shoved. A lot of people claim that a puck wedgie, that if you're on land that they think belongs to them, side for just them as their space, that they can wreak havoc in your home and all around your home and on your property as well.
Wow. What I was saying earlier, people keep trying to get me to do dark web stories. Folks, I'm not going to do any dark web stories. I know what lingers on the dark web. I know some of them, and you don't want to meet them. Well, if you don't know what you're doing and go on there, all you're doing is inviting trouble.
We hit 100 They're for tonight.
Oh, thank
Congratulations,
y'all.
Paul.
Thank you, brother.
That's awesome.
I sent you a link to get on the live stream.
DW?
Yes.
You may be busy. That's Pimp Daddy out there. He's got to make it rain for the rest of us that work for him.
Well, it was already raining at Chaos's.
Yeah, I've already got the wet weather over here. So it looks like that I have a little where was it? Okay, I've got a couple of. It looks like that I have a couple of encounters here.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
That had. Well, it said in the first, a woman named Joan claims that she was walking her dog in the forest on a spring day in the 1990s. Her dog ran off the path and dragged her into the woods. When the dog finally stopped, she found herself staring at a strange little being standing on a rock. She described him as looking like a troll, 2 feet tall, with pale gray skin and hair on his arms and at the top of his head. His torso made up a majority of his body, and then he had very short legs. His eyes were deep green, and he had large lips and a long, almost canine nose. Needless to say, she was shocked to see the creature. She just stared at it, and it stared at her. Finally, the dog ran back on the path, pulling her away from the Pukwudgie. Now, that's a weird encounter. But the really unsettling part of it was several times after seeing the creature in the woods, Joan woke up in the middle of the night to see it staring at her in her bedroom window. The nighttime visitations finally stopped when Joan moved to another county. The second account was in the dark woods. It was told by a man named Tom. Tom first saw the Pukwudgie when he was a teenager. He had snuck out of his parents' house one night to take a walk in the woods to clear his mind. As he walked down the path, he saw a glowing light. I noticed a dim light, like in the form of a ball, in front of me. It was white and swelled like it was breathing. It rose to about my shoulders and then flew into the woods. Tom continued to follow the light down the path until it disappeared. As he turned to head back home, he noticed he wasn't alone. A short man covered entirely in fur stood nearby. He was about 2 feet tall and had a nose like a wolf. The man ran off into the trees and made this unearthly type of moan. Tom was unlucky enough to see a Pukwudgie the second time. One night he drove to one of the Freetown State Forest Park's parking lot and sat in his car. Turned off the engine, and the headlights were turned off and the radio down low, enjoying the solitude. He soon realized he wasn't alone. Standing in the darkness, Tom saw the same little man he had seen in the woods before. This Pukwudgie was only about 20 feet away from him, and he could see its eyes glowing red. Abruptly, the engine of Tom's car stopped on its own accord, and the radio suddenly blared loudly. In a panic, Tom left and drove home. But, one being in Freetown and the other one, probably not being that far away there. So the other one was kind of, okay, yeah, both kind of being in the Freetown State Forest.
I got a question. I like that story, but who the heck is Tim and Dave?
What?
Tim and Dave?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
No, I just asked a question just to be asked.
Vault, have you lost your mind?
Yeah.
Dave Schrader?
Exactly.
Oh, oops. Okay.
Duh.
Him? I can't. Knock him across the head.
Hey, don't give her no ideas. She's too close. But I'm sorry.
You know who they are.
I'm not used to the Tim thing. Threw me off. I was like Tim and Dave. That who did?
Oh, you thought they were talking about like in chat?
Yeah, I was like
in chat.
Yeah, I was like, who is that? Miss a celebrity coming in. I was like, I know who Dave Schrader is. Crap, but I'm like, who in the heck is? I'm scrolling back and forth through my thing. I'm like, who are they talking about?
I was wondering.
Oh,
Reason to stay out of chat.
Yeah, you let me and Sister Dear over here handle chat.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, y'all. I had a brain fart.
What about that?
Oops.
That worked. Yeah, I had a brain fart. Excuse me. I apologize. Clear the room.
Marissa says the chair is stealing your mind.
No, we share. It has the left part sometimes, and the right part's kind of fried. It got a little too close to the sun. But I thought I'd missed something, y'all. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure. I'm like, who in the world? But yeah, it's odd. Have you ever just got on like the Google and started searching something and just fell down the rabbit hole, or better yet, YouTube?
You know, I've seen various other videos that other YouTubers have made about like supposedly cursed videos. The one that I saw the most was this video on Mickey Mouse. I've seen, I think, 3 different YouTubers have used this video and used this, you know, this in one of their countdown type of videos, and it's really strange. I mean, because they show you a little bit of it, but it's one of those deals where it's like a really old. Have you ever seen any of the newer like Disney movies and whatnot? And they have like Steamboat Mickey, you know what I mean? And then it goes into the Disney logo and whatnot. That's exactly how the animation is in this video, and they only show you a little bit of it. And apparently, the long and short of it is that you see Mickey walking really weird, and that's the part that they show you. After that, you don't see anything else, because then he starts to walk stranger, and he looks like he's crying or something like that. And I guess apparently, just from like one of the videos that I had seen, some Disney execs had seen the video, and things didn't turn out so well for them, because I mean they don't even actually tell you what you see, because the people either won't talk about it or they're dead. So,
well, any time that I've ever had to watch a Disney movie, I cried anyway, and it kind of freaked me out because Disney don't get along.
All right, everyone. When this stream ends later, be sure to check out the Vault of Nightmares Facebook page, because I just put up a picture of Bear.
And you gotta share a link, just in case people haven't been there.
All right. My work is never done.
No, where's that with it? But like I said, sometimes Lakia is the world's worst about doing it. Falling down the YouTube rabbit hole, you start researching and looking. And I'm the world's worst about doing it on Google. If I'm researching something, I'll come across something. I'll have 400 tabs until my computer locks up, because I find different things that interest me, and I'll tab it. And like I said, I swear I find a lot of my stuff I go research is because, like I said, just the odd, crazy stuff. I'm talking about is the blogs and stuff like that you can come across that people are talking about, like you said, the giant snakes, just different crazy stuff.
That wasn't me.
Hold on, folks. I got stuff going on, blowing up. Oh. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, he had a story.
Oh, Fish does?
Yeah, I think it's about Thunderbird.
Oh, well, hold on.
That's what it was. I think he said in chat earlier, once he gets off later, if the stream is still going, to send him a link and he'll tell it on stream.
Okay. I don't know if we'll still be up and going. Folks, I'm trying to get Lakia and Vamp. Vamp's got some other stuff she's got to do. But like next weekend, if we go to like, this is what I was trying to talk to girls into doing. We start ours at like from 8 to say 11 or whatever. And then everybody jumps off here, gets on Lakia and Vamp's live stream and see whatever they're going to talk about. What do y'all think about that idea? Would y'all like to do that? Yes, I'm pushing Vamp and Lakia.
I know Vamp has a lot of things to go over and discuss about, another ladies panel. I was also thinking about doing one on superstitions.
Oh, that would be cool.
Oh,
that would be
just
cool.
Lots of random superstitions.
Would y'all like to hear that now? Put a one in the chat if you want Vamp and Lakia do a show about superstitions.
That would actually be really cool. That would be really fun to listen to. Yeah.
Now somebody's going to steal it. Screw y'all.
And for the ones you in the picture of the bear, y'all, that picture does not do him justice when I say he is a big beast. Big beast. He is huge.
Well, let's put it this way. He takes up a whole passenger side seat by itself. That's how.
You know, I was sitting here looking at him, and I can put the tip of my heel by his nose, and my toes barely touch the front of his ear. That's how big his head is, and I have little teeny tiny feet. So me, he's like a
to give them
giant.
an idea, those squares that's in the video, those are 1 foot squares. So that tells you how big he is. Those are 1 foot squares.
Jeez, that's a big boy.
Oh yeah. Somebody asked a while ago, what do I feed him? Things that aggravate me.
Needless to say, he eats really well.
Oh yeah. He don't, and he even likes MREs, y'all. So we get along good.
No, you know he's not supposed to eat MREs. You know dogs need dog food, canine food.
Well, if MRE is good enough for me, why ain't he good enough for him?
Do you see where that problem lies within that sentence?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
MREs they bought, so.
Never mind.
But anyway, I thought, I've been looking for somebody that to go out with me a lot, and most of the time either everybody's busy or they just don't want to go out because they don't like going out looking for things that can rip their head off. So I got to thinking, what would be the perfect thing? And then I come across Bear. And I watched Bear take down 4 men. And that did it. I liked him. My kind of dog. So, yeah. His name is Bear Bigfoot. And I ain't going to tell you what his last name is. So. He's as big as Lakea.
Very.
Yeah, he's as big as Lakea.
That's like bear squatch. Holy.
Well, I'm 5 foot. I'm 5 foot, what, 9? And
No,
if
I think you're taller than that.
well, anyway, I know if he stands on his back legs, he can put his head on top of my head.
Wow.
Like I said, I see. That's what I tell you. I like strange and odd and unique. What better thing than bear? Bear and vault. There we go.
Yeah, that's definitely good to have on your side right there.
I just think he's cuter than me. That's the only bad thing. Hot pockets.
Pamela says she tried to go to your page but can't.
Look, I've been having computer issues for.
And nobody's blocked on that page. I don't think I've never blocked anybody from that
I've
page.
been having computer issues. I don't know what's going on there, but that's the only way somebody can get to me is the computer stuff. And I'm not that computer savvy, but anyway. Now, let's see here. What do we want to talk about now? Y'all. I got one. Y'all liked my dog food plant videos, right?
Absolutely. I learned a lot.
Oh yeah.
Well, I got contacted again from the same area. I'm talking the same town. After I was down there, did my investigation and stuff, and I asked questions. Well, one of the police officers there called me and wanted to know if I had talked to anybody about all the missing pets. And I was like, no, I haven't heard about any missing pets. There's an area close to the dog food plants, within a mile of it, where they have had at least 12 pets go missing in 2 weeks. When I say missing. So I'm planning on doing an investigation to see if I can figure out what's going on with these missing pets. It's been attributed to coyotes in the area, people stealing them, all kind of stuff. But the way this officer was talking, I'm wondering because he said that there is a trail basically that runs right through that area, and it has to deal with those. Do any of y'all remember the manhole cover I found in the woods?
Yeah.
Well, in this little town, like I said, it's a rural town, but it's a rural town, but it has everything most big towns have. But like that, it's so rural that there's sporadic woods in the area, and there's a couple of creeks that run through the area. Well, the city, in all their wisdom, basically made trails all through these woods because of the manhole covers. And I'm wondering if these creatures are not using those paths back and forth. They run right up behind housing developments and all kind of stuff. I'm talking about it's like freaking a walkway in the middle of the woods. You going down through their trees, brush, and everything else. Also, you can come to a 12-foot clearing that's 100, 200 yards long, and you find these manhole covers every so often. It's access to them to be able to clean out the manholes and all kind of stuff, and they have waterworks to go through there. But like I said, there's an area over there close to the dog food plant that is losing pets very rapidly. And I've heard of that 2 other times, and both times there was a Sasquatch related to it. It was an old Sasquatch that couldn't, wasn't able to hunt deer and stuff like that normally. Pets, basically, think of a dog as a deer. It's basically the same thing, and then most of the time they're not going to run off. It's going to stay right there in the yard. And most of the time it's going to be chained in a fence or whatever, so it's not like it can get away real easily. Basically, it's like finding a free McDonald's meal.
Wow. It makes sense, too, if you think about it. I mean, that's all in the same general area. And, I mean, if it's the one thing that I've learned from you about, Sasquatch and whatnot, is that, they just don't encompass one area. They may be in one area, but they have, like, a very large outreach. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you see a dog or a cat or especially a dog walking through the woods, be like, well, hey, dinner, type of thing. So, wow, yeah. That's and you had the evidence right there. They are in there. So if this is a short distance away from the dog food plant, very right well there could have been some dinner time going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, me and Bear are going to try to go do a little investigation. It's going to be his first outing. We're going to see how he does. I'll be looking for those videos. What are you giggling about?
I'm sorry. This is too good not to pass on to you because I know you're looking at chat. I was talking about I was sitting over here between the two of you and Bear, and somebody needs to save me, literally. And I said, one of them's looking at me funny, but I'm not going to say which one. And Jason says, yell squirrel and spider. Bear goes one way and bought the other, then locked the door.
That ain't funny. That ain't funny.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid if I yell spider, though, I'll get shot.
More than likely.
So I've got to come up with something else besides spider for that one.
Yeah, because
coffee.
There's only one way to deal with a spider,
Yeah,
exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
I don't like spiders, y'all. I've been bit several times, and it ain't fun. I never did see the little son was going to hit me. I have tried to clean my language up some, y'all folks, because I was emailed by a couple of parents that said that their children are regular watchers, and I apologize now. I'm sorry. I did not mean to be impressionable on the little ones. It's Lakea's fault.
Yeah, I'll take that. It's mine. But see, I'm the type of person that own my stuff. It's me.
Yeah, she let me loose by myself. But,
well, and that's really cool. But why are parents letting their little kids watch the Vault of Nightmares Friday night streams? I mean,
exactly.
It's informative. If you live in the woods and your kid's there.
Yeah, true that. Okay, I didn't think of it like that.
I will say this, that once I get my channel going, and if we do live streams, they are not going to be child friendly. So do not let your kids jump on my channel. ever. There will never be content for children there.
Yeah, I heard she was putting a stripper pole in.
I'm there.
I'm getting the first turn on the pole. What you talking about?
Oh no. I'm gonna shake my theory booty all over that thing. Okay, let's just say that. I may be a little round, but I can shake it.
Hey, don't use no damn dollars. I want some hundreds.
I tell you,
Dollars at me.
we'll put it on Bam's channel. We'll have Rad singing music in the corner because that lady can sing. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Rad, Miss Rad, hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's my internet girlfriend. She's there. Yeah.
Well, how about I was gonna solicit you, maybe doing a little theme song for the Vault and Chaos show.
And I've also heard that she might play a little as well. I think I've seen her play in one of her videos.
Oh, I know I did. I checked you out, girl. That was a nice guitar.
It was. I went and listened to another one of her covers that she did on a very popular song today. And let me tell you, it gave me chills. I had chills all over my body from listening to her sing. Her voice is a powerhouse. It is amazing. But we'll have it on Vamp's channel. We'll have Rad in the corner singing. And then we'll have you and Chaos on the poles. And then I'll just be taking the coins.
No, I don't like that idea.
See, I need a commission.
Yeah.
But I do.
You just sit in the corner and look pretty. I'll take out the money.
Well, I need a new, I need a microwave that you'll allow me to touch.
No.
Because I went through 3 last Friday.
No, you're
and
dangerous.
a mouse.
Y'all see electronics and her don't. She is the electronic serial killer.
No, it was, well, okay. I give you that. Sorry.
But Rad, I'm serious. Do something up that's unique that you think that fits mine and Chaos's channel and send it to us. And I'm telling you, and I'll give you all credits, everything else. Like I said, I want something unique that's not. And to the other thing I wanted to do, somebody said do a chair T-shirt. Dark Waters has been trying to get me to do. What are you giggling about over there, girl?
You're gonna think there, right?
What?
I was gonna say, Rad should do like a Frozen song for this channel.
No.
Can you imagine that?
That may be going just a little bit too far, I think. Yeah.
I'm thinking of something like Korn, Ozzy Osbourne.
Like Korn? What?
No, Korn.
Oh,
Korn.
I kind of thought it said porn. I kind of thought he said porn too a little bit, but I wasn't going to say nothing. You know what I mean?
No damn Frozen. I told you, me and Disney. That's horrible. They should not let little kids watch that.
No. Vault.
What?
Cupcake.
Okay. I like cupcakes.
Oh my God. How did I know you were going to do that?
I was waiting on it, Bam. I was waiting on it.
I like strawberry.
Strawberry?
Strawberry.
The one with the filling?
Filling or not filling, as long as it's strawberry.
You thinking, and I just seen Chris put Corn Chaos Oh Lord in the chat. I could see y'all totally doing a little dance to Corn's Freak on a Leash. I really could.
Yeah,
I could think that.
I think me and LaKay could do a better dance than that.
I don't know now. Hey, I was some king back in the day.
Do you want to do a dance off? Because we can do this.
Uh-oh.
All right, you don't get to wear no thongs now. That's cheating.
Why, you want to wear yours?
I don't. You forgot I like Commando.
All right. Don't make me break out my TARDIS blue Doctor Who thong. All right. I do that, it's all over.
Oh my goodness.
Thong. There goes my monetization. Oh.
Well, this is why we appreciate everybody's super chat donations, because we never seem to stay to the right. It's always to the left, to the left.
To the left.
At least we start off right. I like how, we start off and it's like very, very professional. Like we're on it. But then it's like, it's not going to last.
But the thing is,
this is the vault's time, though.
But
I was nice the first part.
That's the thing, though. In real life, and when he's on location, it's always very professional. Most people don't get to see that side of him because when people are in chat on YouTube, a lot of people, they want the serious topics, but they don't want to be bored out of their mind. So of course they come to the Vault of Nightmares, to hear some stuff, learn some things, hopefully, and then have a really, really good laugh because it's the end of a work week and. We all need that laugh by the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. And it's Cinco de Mayo, so.
Hell yeah. I got my devil's cut.
Devil down, okay?
Listen.
I don't know if they can hear that. I can't do mine, so. Stop shaking it too much. If that bottle explodes,
I like
dude.
it shake. They didn't go
chair?
That's what?
Was that the chair? What was that?
It's Devil's Cut.
That's a bottle of Devil's Cut I done got into.
Cupcake.
It always comes down to the cupcakes.
Cupcakes and Devil's Cut go together. I don't think you should put those together. Anyway, before my mind goes in a direction it shouldn't. What was I talking about?
I just can't think of it right now.
I had a good point a while ago, and Lakeia drove down this bad path. I don't know what's going on.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, huh?
I'm sorry. This, I'm.
You're not a very good leader. I noticed that.
No.
You went down the wrong path. Now we got to back up and punt.
I'm not a leader. I'm just the smart one. I'm the one that lets everybody else goes out, become the leader, get ate by the dogman or the Absol or the Sasquatch or the Wendigo or the Skidmark or whatever.
Am I the cute one? Or is that Bear?
Speaking of your dog, Vamp.
Yes.
Vault and his dog, let me tell you, he had to carry me somewhere yesterday. And he said, "Come on, Bear, hop in the truck." And Bear decided that he was going to ride in the passenger seat. And I said, "All right, Bear, there's enough room in the middle. Scoot over." Bear sat on me to where literally from the passenger side window and the windshield, you could not see little Lakeia because all you seen was dog.
Oh my God.
Because I didn't roll down the window, just enough for him to stick his head out of it, he decides to turn around and lick my face up and down.
His tongue's big enough to cover half her face.
And so I had to sit there for an hour riding in Valt's beast of a vehicle with his beast of a dog sitting on my lap with slobber all over me.
Oh, no.
See, that's his chair.
I told him next time, put me in the back of the beast. I will ride in the very back. The dog can have the seat.
That's his seat. I told you that.
And he can have it. He can have it. I tie me to the top. I don't care, but he is not riding my lap. Nope.
That's horrible.
That's not horrible. That's the way. That's anarchy. That's it. That's his seat.
Well, hey, I'll take this moment since Vault, since you said a little bit earlier what you're going to be working on here.
Okay.
As far as going out and checking out stuff, I'll tell the family. Oh, look, Stephen King is in the chat. How you doing, big guy?
Oh, there he is. I wonder where the hell Paul's been at.
I know man. You got to get in here earlier, dude. Come on. But anyway, to get this out there, I'll tell the family what I was telling you last night. Is that we've got this? Well, we did, I should say, have the school I actually went to school there first, second, and third grade. It was Emerson School, and the building hadn't been used in quite a few years. But I mean, I used to, when my boys were young, I used to take them to that playground and all that stuff. Well, I get some information just the other night, and there were some human remains found on the school grounds. Now, I know how that sounds, so let me give you a little backstory on that one. At one time, that school was actually a high school. I've got a couple of friends that have, their grandmothers went to high school there. Apparently, because the town that I live in's been around for a really long time. I mean, it's a mill town, so that's where it got its start. Well, at one point there was a cemetery in there, and I'm talking old cemetery, 1800s. I mean, they buried people in pine boxes there. So they took the cemetery, and they took all of the bodies, and they moved them to another place where we actually have a larger cemetery in my town. They cleared out the area, and they built the school on top of it. Well, as the town got bigger, it started to grow, you know how it goes and whatnot. The long and short of it was that they tore the school down so they could put a Super Cumberland Farms in there, which is totally stupid, but that's just my personal opinion. Well, as the workers were digging, they literally found an intact adult human skeleton in the ground, just there. And as I was talking to, Big Daddy and Lakea the other night about this, to me, that is prime grounds for a haunting coming up. And like Volta said to me, you watch what happens when they turn the power on in that place once they get it all built. Now, what I'm trying to do is, I know it's been kind of cryptic, but what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to start researching the property. And I happen to know somebody that knows somebody that could know somebody else, that maybe I can get a couple of interviews and talk to a couple of people, maybe try to get a big story in. And as it goes along, I can keep you guys updated on something like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that sounds, I just figure where Vault had said what he's got coming up. Well, I'm going to tell you what I may possibly have coming up. So.
Wow, that is so interesting.
It's cool and chilling all at the same time, because I mean, I didn't know that was a cemetery at one time, and I found it really, really strange that after the school had been torn down, and I mean, I went to school there, and granted, I was just a little boy, you know what I mean? It was like my son's age, my two oldest boys, they're in second grade right now, so I was around their age when I was going to school there. I never noticed anything, but then again, I mean, at that point, I was too young. I didn't, as far as that goes, but why would they find an intact human skeleton in the ground, at a place where there was a school for so many years? And then, doing a little digging, I find that there was a cemetery there at one time. Kind of makes sense, because, the cemetery that I'm talking about, if you go to the way back, I mean, it's a massive place. I mean, as a matter of fact, if, just for a little reference, if you guys have checked out any of my really early True Scary Story videos, the gravestones that you see in the intro with the funky music and all that stuff, that is from that cemetery, Oakdale Cemetery. So, wow. Yeah, I mean, I ended up taking some pictures there right before we started doing, got CTP up and running. The wife and I got out and taken a whole bunch of pictures in a whole bunch of places, and those gravestones and that is from that cemetery. And if you go to the way, way back of that cemetery, all the stones in there are from the 1800s. So, putting two and two together, I think granted, nothing could happen. I'll always be the first one to say nothing may happen, but something could happen, considering the fact that things were disturbed. And, okay, if they've moved what they thought they moved all the bodies, all the corpses and bones, who is this? And they're probably not going to be happy that they were disturbed. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So they've only, okay, I understand correct. So they've only found one skeleton so far?
As far as I know, to my knowledge, what I was told, they've only found one skeleton, and that was it. That's why I'm trying to contact a couple people that I know to see if I can get in and maybe go talk to some of the workers. I might even actually, I've got plenty of time now. I might actually take a day off from work and go check it out myself. You know what I mean? When they're working, because when I'm working, they're working. So,
Okay.
you know what I mean? So just kind of go up and say, hey, listen, this is what I heard what was going on. If I can get somebody to talk to me, maybe I can get a little inside baseball on something. And then maybe that might lead me to somebody else who maybe took the remains away, or, what the deal with that is, or even ask them, hey, have you noticed anything weird happening since that happened? It might be a long shot, but I figure, check it out.
Yeah. I was just thinking though, if they found one, there's got to be more.
Yeah, and that was kind of my understanding too, as far as that goes. I mean, because let's face it, back in that time, I mean, God, that school's been around since the real early 1900s. It actually should have been a landmark. It should never have been torn down. But, that school's been around since the early 1900s. So it's one of those things where, okay, I'm seeing the foundations where they're pouring their foundations. I don't know. It just seems to me like that maybe something more was found, or something could be found. And let's face it, back in those days, I don't know what they had for heavy equipment to clear out a graveyard, but
My thing is, what are they going to do with the body, because they don't know who it is or where to put it? So what do you do with the body?
yeah, exactly. And I'm kind of wondering that myself. I mean, are they just gonna go dig a hole in the cemetery and pop it in there and hope for the best? I mean,
If they, a body with no name or no marker is not going to be a body at risk.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
I think about the only thing that they could probably do with that to probably save their own asses is salt it and burn it. You know what I mean? But still, it's like it makes me wonder. That's why I'm trying to see if I can find as many people as I talk to, because I mean, it would be cool to hear from some of the people who may have found it, or some of the workers there who have more of an insight on it than I would. But maybe that might lead me to a more interesting talk. Built and we see what happens. What happened to the remains? What did you guys do with them? Where did they go? You know what I mean?
That's my thing is, what are they going to do with the remains? Because like I said, it's not going to be, if they put it in the ground, it's not going to be at risk.
Yeah, worst case scenario, what did they do? Did they bring it to the local morgue, and did they put it in a bag and bring it to the local morgue and put it in a drawer? Well, that's going to piss a spirit off, especially if that spirit might still be tied to the remains, which isn't unheard of in itself. So
I think it has to be in the ground before it actually, I think it has to have that energy. I don't know if it's the energy from the ground or what it is, but I think as long as it's in the morgue or something like that, it's kind of one way. But as soon as they put it into the ground, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, it will be the first time, but then that body will not be put at rest, and bad juju will come.
it's weird. When I lived on the south end of town,
Let's hear it.
But that's just I don't necessarily think that it's the body. It's the person's spirit, soul, energy, whatever you want to call it. Different people, different terms. That's may still stay attached to that body.
right? Are you thinking in the sense of maybe if they treated it poorly or something like that, just threw it in a duffel bag and put it in a drawer or something like that?
Maybe if, let's say, for instance, and this is just a for instance, hypothetical thing. What if, let's say, the body, when the person was alive, let's say they died in an untimely manner or in an untimely death, something like that, that creates a negative. Okay.
Gotcha.
And then now you have this body that's been, exhumed in a sense, dug up, nobody knows who it is, no name attached to it. Well, until you either help maybe the person, like I said, soul, spirit, for lack of a better term, I'll just say soul. You have to help that person's soul they have not cross over before you do anything with their body. Because if you do something with their body and you've not crossed them over, then excuse me, you're just creating a bigger problem.
Well, you know,
Well, I got a question.
that makes total sense in a way. It's like one of those things where you know, if they have to call the police in, local law enforcement, I mean, or, you know, they would call a coroner and have somebody come in and take care of this. Somebody who's not necessarily working a job may not be as, what's the term I'm looking for, careful, or, you know, may not give it the care that it really needs. I mean, you're looking at a construction site here. It's a big site. It's all fenced off and everything like that. You know, that could literally make a spirit unhappy as well. I know it would probably make me unhappy if somebody was messing around with my bones and not taking care of it. You know what I mean? So.
My thing is,
Hey, Alice, is it your birthday?
No, it's not my birthday. And Paul, don't tell anybody when your birthday is.
hey, Paul, it's your birthday, Paul.
No, it's because I was wishing Paul a happy belated birthday.
I don't know. I mean, is your birthday at the end of the year, Paul?
No, it just passed.
Okay, well, no, my birthday is at the end of the year. I'm a turkey, so if that tells you anything. But
I was hatched. But Paul, do you want me to sing you happy birthday?
No. No. Veto.
Oh, well,
Paul, would you like me to sing you happy birthday?
I need you to
No.
give like a really creepy shout out, a happy belated birthday to Kat and Paul.
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You live in a shoe. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
No, please.
To whoever's birthday I missed.
Kat and Paul.
Birthday to you. Freddy's gonna get you.
Oh my gosh.
No, happy birthday, dude. Many more.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
I'm not going to read chat no more. Oh my God.
But anyway, I got a question on the dead body thing.
Ooh, Chaos Berry says you sing soprano.
You know, isn't soprano like really high? I figured I'd be a tenor. I'm not really sure how it goes, to tell you the truth.
I'm just asked to stop singing, so I don't know. But the question about the dead body thing. All right, let's say hypothetically, you know, whatever, and you shoot somebody and you leave them there, and nobody ever finds the body, and what happens? Does that spirit get to go at rest?
This is where things for me get jumbled depending on a person's faith, a person's belief, you know, how they lived their life, what they did, you know, the whole weighing of the scales, what their wishes were afterwards, if anybody knew what their wishes were when, you know, if they passed away, blah, 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 blah. To me, this is why I say just stick me in an oven, cook me, and, you know,
I'll
toss
be
me
lucky
to
if
the
y'all give me a
wind,
box,
you
a
know,
cardboard box at that.
dump me in a whole plant of flower or tree over me, you know, return me to the earth which I came
So
from.
you're
I'm good.
saying if there's some bodies out there that that have not been found, we might need to go get some salt.
Oh, I saw everything.
I didn't.
Oh, you dummy.
Anyway, passing on through that.
Ritza wants to know, when is the next ladies panel? I know right now Vamp is very busy in real life, and I'm the type of person, I started ladies panel with her, and it was mine and her, you know, co-idea a long time ago on strings. So I will not do a ladies panel until she has the time to do it. So I'm waiting on Vamp.
Okay, so I'm in finals right now, guys, so it's really hard, and on top of that, I'm also working on a story for Chaos. So I don't want to just do a live stream and just, you know, freeball it. Like, you know, we're working on content for it, and, you know, We're also going to reach out to see if any ladies want to come on panel and, give everybody time to get their life straightened out. That way they can be part of it. So pretty soon here, I think next week is my last week of school. So me and Lakea have already been talking and working on it. So it's coming. It definitely won't be this week or next week.
And Chaos has got to find the right wig,
But I will say this: if you would like a shot at our next ladies panel, whenever that is, go ahead and you can send me an email at lakealibrarian@gmail.com, and I will write your name down. That way, when we do have a set date of when we can do our next ladies panel, I'll go down the list and I'll send you invites as I go down the list. Ladies only, please. Or I will say this: if you identify as a lady, you may join our panel. You know me.
you know you're just opening the door for Vault and Chaos, right?
I'll join your panel, ladies. My name is Marianne Mellons. I would absolutely come over there, and I'll just wear my best dress because I got some big ones. They're just going to fall all over the place.
I cannot pull off the lady thing. Nope. Won't work.
Ladies only, that's sexist. Actually, we had gentlemen on our panel the last time towards the last half, but I do not think it's a sexist thing because men do it all the time.
No, we don't do that sexist thing, and we don't do the racist thing, and we don't do the gay thing. The people are people.
I just do the no fool thing. Don't be a fool. That's it.
That's my job. I do it very well. But anyway,
Oh,
I didn't do it.
you were talking about strange things across the internet.
Yes, I know you're the queen of this.
Well,
so.
I was going to say, I have a little story, but it's not across the internet. It's what happened to Lakea.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the mic a little closer. Yep, go ahead.
Do you want to hear what happened to me the other day?
Yes.
Well, I know you know, and I know Vamp knows, but I don't think I told anybody else. I am the epitome of if weird stuff can happen to somebody, it's going to happen to me.
Yes.
We already know this. The microwave, I fell off a ladder building my studio, busted my cheekbone and fractured it. I mean, broke my glasses. Been there, done that. Well, I was taking a shower the other day. This is...
I told you she was dirty.
Salt had stopped by because we were actually going on at a location. We were going on an investigation, believe it or not. And I told him, I said, give me 5, jump in the shower, I'll be right out. So he was sitting in my living room.
2 hours later.
It was not 2 hours later. Shut up, Vault. So I went and I told him, sit in the living room, let me go take a shower, I'll be out in about 5 minutes. Which, of course, in, girly time, that's 2 hours later, as Vault mentioned, but whatever.
Told you.
Well, I was in the shower, and I shampooed my hair, and I was washing my face. Well, somehow, of course, I managed to get soap up my nose. And so I, leaned far into the water. Then I thought I was just going to, suck water up my nose. I got that feeling like I couldn't breathe, so I stepped back. And as I went to take a step backwards, you guys, I swear, it felt like the back of my tongue was getting sucked up my throat into my nasal cavity. And the image that popped into my head at that very moment was my tongue was going to fall out a nostril hole.
She's weird.
I panicked. I couldn't breathe. And the only thought that was running through my mind is, oh my God, death by tongue. That's all I could think about was death by tongue. I come running butt naked out of the shower, hitting the wall, banging on the wall to try to get Vault's attention. Help me, help me. He comes running. He's like, what? And I coughed, and I'm gagging, and I coughed. And I said, my tongue's trying to kill me. Help. And he just looked at me and says, only you, Lakea, and walks away and just leaves me standing there.
Yeah, you're drowning on your own tongue.
I have never had this happen in my life. I have never felt the sensation. It was the weirdest thing to me, but I did. I thought I was going to die by my tongue being sucked up backwards up my throat into my nasal cavity and out my nose.
And y'all imagine poor little Achaia, butt naked. She has to call the EMT because she's choking on her own tongue.
I was scared. All I could think about was my tongue hanging out my nose and death by tongue. Freaked me out. And then for an hour afterwards, the back of my tongue felt like pins and needles. So have any of y'all in chat ever had anything weird like this happen to you? Ever?
What, girls running through the house naked?
The comment in chat, I see that.
The funny
I can't say that I have.
funny part was when she hit the wall and bounced off.
I did.
I think that's what released her tongue.
I was terrified. I have never, ever, ever in my life have something like this happen. It was the craziest thing.
Have y'all ever seen a bird fly into a window?
Are you saying that's what I look like when I hit the wall?
Yes.
No, wait.
Bam, boom. What the hell? I swear an axe murderer was chasing her, y'all, because I'm waiting to see what the hell's coming out of the bathroom to chase her.
But I have asked around, and Vamp even tried to Google search it to see if anything comes up, if something like this has ever happened to anybody else. But I was just wondering, has anybody ever had strange, odd, weird things like that happen to them? Or am I the only one? Am I a magnet for weirdness?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Paul says he sometimes get a crack in his neck, which makes his tongue spasm. It's like an electric shock.
Okay, you and Paul must be kin.
I'm
The
telling you.
only time I've almost choked on my tongue, alcohol was involved.
I'm telling you, I did. I'm telling you, but hey, I know a few people have had like a near-death experience or something like that, where you get like a image flash in your mind. I had the image literally of my tip of my tongue hanging out a nostril. As soon as it happened, that was the only thing that popped in through my head was that image and the thought, oh my gosh, death by tongue. Call me crazy if you want to.
What's all the sad faces for?
Where? Oh, I don't even see those. Let me scroll. I'm behind.
Behind the wall. But I told y'all.
And I was not under the influence of anything. Let me just say that I was perfectly me.
That's the problem.
Balls, really?
I still don't understand how that happened. I've still been Googling it and I've been asking around. And even when I ask people that I know that are like doctors and nurses, they're like, what? And I'm trying to sit here and explain. And then I sit back and I'm like, damn it, I can't even demonstrate it to you because I don't know how this happened, like physically happened.
Me either. And I will say this, a little tidbit of information about me is I do not have a very long tongue. Like I can't even have a tongue piercing. That's how little my tongue is. So, I mean, I'll stop reading there. So I'm not even reading it at this point. I was trying to keep straight face and not laugh.
Well, you know as well as I do. I mean, you know, no matter how you're going to say that, it's going to be taken the opposite way.
I mean,
Did you mollywop yourself? Oh no, I'll say it. Cupcake.
Todd's cupcake itself.
Yeah.
But it really was. It was a scary, couple of minutes there. I really was scared. I thought like, and to be honest, I didn't know if it was like afterthought was stroke. But I've never had a stroke. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, all up in the medical field, so I don't know. But it really scared me. I've never had that happen. But I'm telling you, all Vault told me was only you, Lakeia, and he just turns around, walks off, and leaves me there.
Yeah, because I'm ready to shoot something chasing you out the bathroom, and you bounce off the wall like I swear to y'all, the only way I can describe it is bird hit windshield. And I'm because I done sit back and I'm actually playing this puppet game on my phone, and here comes Lakeia running out. Wham! I'm throwing my phone and I'm reaching, grabbing my pistol, and she's like, can't breathe. My tongue's choking me. Well, if you couldn't breathe, you couldn't talk. Oh. I'm like, did you choke on your tongue? And I didn't know what else to say. So, you know, when else you always told me you can't think of nothing to say, just don't say nothing. That was one of those times because I did. She was okay because she was talking. She wasn't blue, but I had no idea what to say. So I just thought just walking away was the best thing because I'm still trying to figure out why the hell did you throw yourself into that wall? I'm talking about, I think poltergeist throw across the room. That's the way she hit the wall. Bam! Look, what the hell done got in the bathroom?
You know, I've heard of people having seizures where the tongue will go back in you know, to the back of their throat and whatnot and choke them, but I've never heard of anybody's tongue actually going up in their nasal cavity. I mean, granted, I'm not a doctor and I don't know anything about seizures, but I've never heard of that before.
Well,
Gregory in chat says, I didn't know you two kids lived together. I said, who? He said, you and Bob. I was like, me and Pam were both like, they don't live together.
no.
Now, I will sleep over in my office at the vault, or Vault will come stay at my house if we're going, like, on location, or because we got, is it Alabama coming up?
Yeah.
We've got to go down to?
Yep.
I thought so. When is that?
Not telling anybody.
Oh, well, you're going to have to tell me because I need to write it down.
You're supposed to have it wrote down.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Oops. Okay, y'all scratch that one. Nobody heard anything. Anywho.
I don't think it works that way.
Oh, Gregory, no offense taken at all. Me and Vault, we have a very weird relationship. That's all I'm saying.
You're talking about me. Of course it's weird.
We have a very weird relationship.
My idea of a good night's going out in the middle of the woods and walking around.
It's very weird. Try talking to them on the phone.
Lots of arguing ensues.
I'm going to teach Satan some new tricks.
I feel like I'm watching Jerry Springer. I just sit back, put it on speaker.
Jerry
the
Springer ain't
popcorn.
got Jerry Springer's like Pepsi is to Coke.
Agent Shadow Wolf said, did Lakay eat a Hot Pocket before she took that shower? No, actually, I didn't. Vault will not let me have any more Hot Pockets at his vault in my house.
Hot Pockets banned.
He even told me in my own
More ways than one.
Oh my god.
Barry said brother and sister, boss employee relationship. I would say boss employee relationship, but brother and sister, no.
I don't like none of my family. Well, one or two, but that's beside the point. I'm not sure we're kin.
Crowbar said food.
I don't think it's a boss and employee relationship because we kind of tell Vault what to do. So
No, they just think, and I ain't know her. I don't listen.
he listens because then he has two females yelling at him. He's like, all right, all right, all right.
And
You know, then he'll ask me what to do, and I'm like, I don't know.
Gregory wants to know, are we kin?
No.
No. But no, seriously, in all seriousness, people, me and Vamp, when we get going, we will literally, Vault listens to us. And he's quiet, he'll listen, and then he will call Chaos and say, okay, Chaos, this is what the girls come up with. Are you on my side or their side?
Or I will just go off and do my own thing when they say, why did you do that? Well, Chaos told me, well, he thought it would be a good idea.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense because he's always throwing everything on you, Chaos.
Yeah, that's all right.
Called the bird shit. Did I leave?
Cupcake in the chat.
We're going to all have diabetes by the time we're finished.
Well, you know, if you think about it, technically, I am still the new guy here because I've been here the shortest amount of time, and everything just goes downhill. So,
Or
hold on, Sandra, thank you for coming over here. I'm giving you a shout out. She's in Malaysia. She said she heard about this from DW's live stream earlier today.
Oh, congratulations. Thank you for coming over. I really appreciate it.
Nice. Shout out from Malaysia. That's awesome. We around the world. Woo.
Amazing.
I spent a little time there. I like it. Depends on what part of Malaysia you're talking about. Now, there are certain parts I don't like. That's only because I can't get coffee.
Fault, though. That sounds just like the rest of us. There's certain we don't like either.
I don't care. I don't like those parts of Malaysia because their coffee tastes like dirty water.
That's only because, like, see, me and Vault, we have totally different taste on coffee. He likes his to where, you know, one sip and you're going to gag on it and you're going to be awake for a month.
There's nothing wrong with strong coffee.
No. I don't.
If you can read a newspaper through your coffee, it ain't right.
But see, that's the coffee I like.
It's funny. Rad just said we were in the Philippines last week. That's pretty cool. Did you get any of your family members to listen and they look at you and go, why do you listen to them?
Either that or they try to do an exorcist on it for this.
Probably. They're like, we need to pray over you right now. Like, no, it's normal. Yeah.
No, you can't get diabetes from talking about cupcakes, but if you have diabetes, I would stay away from cupcakes unless they're sugar-free or doctor approved.
That's like kissing your sister. Don't eat sugar-free cupcakes.
No, everybody's health comes first. You know, I'm on this big health kick.
Hey, if it was good for Luke, I mean, come on.
Who the hell's Luke?
I make some killer sugar-free brownies.
That's what was wrong with them damn brownies.
Well, that wasn't what was wrong with them, but yeah, they were sugar-free.
Oh, shit. See what I have to deal with, y'all?
That wasn't all that was wrong with them.
DW is trying to get me to do some T-shirts, y'all. I've never.
Everybody said earlier they want, a Jesus Chair T-shirt.
I tell y'all what. If y'all want me to do a Jesus Chair T-shirt, put one in the chat. But I'm going to put a stipulation on it. I want some people to turn in their rendition of my chair, and I'm going to pick one of those for the logo on the shirt.
Everybody has been begging me for the last couple of streams and chat to take a picture of your chair and post it.
My chair's camera shy.
One day I'm going to sneak in and I'm going to take a picture. You'd probably kill me, but I'm going to sneak in, take a picture, and post it.
Oh, really?
It's always in my impression that if you're going to do something, you probably shouldn't let them know before you do it. I mean, I
feel a couple of booby traps going on.
See, there you go. Now we're setting up tripwires. I mean,
Gregory said, Jesus, what Lakea? Okay. Miss Maritza, New York, in the chat, Gregory, says, and this is her line, I give it all to her, says that Vault's squeaky chair needs Jesus.
Hold on.
So people tend to call it the Jesus chair now.
Yeah, hold on.
Because it needs help.
I don't understand what y'all talking about. I'm on move. See, I don't know what y'all talking about. The chair, it barely makes a noise.
Oh, bull. Bull. It makes a lot of noise.
But like I said, y'all want me to do a T-shirt? All right. To make it fair and everything, because like I said, this is something y'all want me to do. Y'all do a rendition of a Jesus chair, squeaky Jesus chair. I will pick one, and we'll use it for the logo, and I'll do some shirts. I'll even do some Booger Valley shirts.
Ooh.
I hate the word booger.
You hush while I flick one on you.
Booger. It's just something about the word. I mean, you know what I mean? It just makes you laugh.
That is one of my favorite movies.
What's that?
Constantine.
Oh, yeah, it is. I even like the TV show. I was really bummed when they canceled it. I'm just saying.
That is one of my favorite movies. And I think Legion is another one of my favorites.
Yeah, if you don't know what booger is, go to my channel, go back all the way down to the first video I ever put out. That's Booger Valley. That's a story from my childhood.
And I've told you this before, but I think you were to do like a complete compilation
I think I'm
of
going to
all
take them
three.
back.
Not leave them up. I just do a new one.
That's what I'm going to talk about. I'll just put them all together and re-put it out for the people that are new here that hasn't never heard it. That is a true account from, like I said, my childhood.
I think you should have one that says "Keep calm and don't push the button."
You know, I had forgot all about that button thing.
And then
I'm
on the
thinking
back,
about doing.
you're gonna have to say "Push the button."
I'm thinking about doing one of an exploding microwave.
I tell everybody what, whoever's listening or in chat or listens to this afterwards, email me at lakayalibrarian@gmail.com with your t-shirt ideas.
Actually, you know what? Because of little sister in here, I just thought of a T-shirt.
Shit.
I just thought of one. You take the Vamp Lugosi logo and you take the Lakay the Librarian logo, and you put rules for chat. 1, be good. 2, or else all others get nuked, and you put a little bomb at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Lakaya, a picture of Lakaya and a picture of Vamp on the front of the T-shirt, and on the back of it, you've been nuked by Vamp and Lakaya.
Oh, that's awesome! That is awesome.
I think we're gonna have to start doing this, Lakaya. I'm gonna start making shirts with all our hashtags because you know our channel has hashtags.
Mm-hmm.
We do.
Yes, you have a hashtag.
I do.
Yeah, like hashtag Vault did it.
Oh,
Oh, I remember now.
computer lingo. I didn't do it. That's the first thing out of my mouth. I didn't do it.
Vamp, Paul says he's betting that I have recruited you into the witch sisterhood.
These people are crazy tonight.
Paul, don't tell our secret. Shh.
Well, you know, that could be one of those deals where she's trying something in the library. She just says, "Hey, don't move." You know what I mean?
Anytime somebody around here, especially in the vault, tells you, "Hey, don't move," don't move. There's probably a good reason why. Because I may have forgot to put something up.
Oh, I learned that a long time ago. Mm-mm. But the last time you told me don't move, though, it was because I almost stepped on a snake.
Don't move.
But I did move. I ran right over you.
Yeah, I didn't want you to step on Leo.
Oh, I got turned. I was gone. That was it. White girl could win. Yes. Tamala says that was one of the first stories she ever listened to. Vault was your Booger Valley.
Well, thank you.
Chaos says hashtag newt.
You have been moabbed by Vamp.
That is awesome. I was trying to scroll back and see if anything I missed. Hashtag Vault did it.
No, I didn't.
Vault drive by.
Drive over,
Oh my
not
God.
drive by. I drive over.
Hashtag hot pocket eating ass. Oh my God.
What the hell they try? What the hell?
Oh, they want a shirt with the microwave.
Yeah, and Lakaya going, oops.
I did that. Yeah.
Yeah, what y'all don't know is, like I said, right on the other side of the wall, more than 6 inches, there is probably 40 pounds of gunpowder.
Mm-hmm. You know what? The way we all kind of sit around, it feels like we're all in a vault triangle.
You know what I figured out? I figured out what we're going to call the second half of Vault and Chaos.
What's that?
The campfire.
No.
Ooh.
No.
You don't like that?
No.
Well, damn it.
No. Because
Yeah,
I'll be
I
and
get
set the
outvoted.
whole woods on fire.
You there?
I told you guys, Vault doesn't run the show.
Yeah, I got really excited for a second, and then she went no, and it's like, then we need a toilet. We need like a toilet flushing sound. That's what we need for the soundboard, because I mean, every time, hey, I got an idea, and she goes, no, you just hit it. Oh, whoosh, you know what I mean?
I think I've heard that before. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, I like, more original Ideas, no offense, fault. Ride or die. But
When have I ever worried about you offending me? She tries just to see if I will get offended.
I know when I'm allowed to like speak out of turn and when I can't. Not really, but hashtag sorry, not sorry.
Hashtag denied.
I think it's hashtag bull. Cupcake. Don't feed the fish.
I'm telling you.
Grim said hashtag bounce said. Paul said the campfire got witch last.
It kind of feels that way. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I got one for Vamp. Hashtag Satan's mama.
Hashtag Satan did it because he does everything. I am like in a little space right now, and he comes in here and he's like sitting in front of him just looking at the laptop, so I'm having to reach around him.
He says, "Where's the car?" No, you know what he wants? He wants to see Homeward Bound.
Gregory, have a good night. Have a great
What was that
weekend.
you woke up to him watching?
Say good night to Gregory.
Good night, Gregory.
Good night, Gregory.
His movie is 101 Dalmatians.
Yeah, that's it. Put him 101 Dalmatians on. He'll be fine.
Oh my god, I feel like Frozen. I'm so tired of watching that.
Hashtag Satan.
Hey, Vamp. My problem with Bear is he wouldn't eat your blind. He would eat the window.
Did I just see Grim put hashtag chimichanga? Did I see that scroll by?
Yeah, you saw that.
There's no telling what Grim did.
Let's see. Oh, Grim, hashtag Paul's dad. Roland said hashtag Satan's middle finger. Oh, you know what? I really like that one.
He
Hey,
doesn't have a middle finger. He got a paw.
no, but you could have a middle paw coming up out of the middle of a hot pocket.
Vault needs food. What?
What breed of dog is Bear?
Bear is a
Shepherd.
and
We're not exactly.
yeah. The vet told
I'm
me
not.
Shepherd and Great Pyrenees.
Oh, good grief! No wonder that fool was big.
Yeah.
I knew Shepherd, but I didn't know the other part.
Yeah, Great Pyrenees.
Oh my goodness. Y'all, I need some prayers and some candles lit for this dog and me. I'm telling you.
My dog is fine. Have y'all heard that he's laying literally 4 feet away?
And staring at me like, I stole his cupcake or something.
It's in her pocket. You want to check?
Cody, yes, I did share a picture of Vault's Bear. It's on the Vault of Nightmares Facebook page.
Let's put it this way. When he stands up and I'm standing beside him, his back comes up to my belt on my waist. No joke.
And Jason, yes, chat has seemed to have gone left.
That's normal.
It's
just what we do.
2.5 hours. Of course, yeah. We were serious. We gave some good information the first part. And now we're just having fun. We're enjoying all our friends and stuff that are coming to it's like Chaos said earlier. It's like we're all sitting around a bonfire roasting some weenies and some marshmallows and just bullcrapping. The end of the week's gone and it's time to let down your hair.
Oh yeah, definitely. You got to. I know I have I know I have long weeks, so definitely.
I thought of was Chaos taking
his bam bam bun out
and throwing his head to the side.
What happened?
I was thinking of you when I said that. I was referring it to you taking your bam bam bun out.
Yeah, I could see you just like snatching the ponytail out and shaking your head like they do in those, shampoo commercials. Woo! It's Friday.
Well, that might not be that far from the truth. So
Now, let the chat know the first time I ever got to see Chaos. He looked
God, was that picture?
Yeah,
oh man.
He looks like the most angriest Hell's Angels biker you ever saw with a troll hairdo.
Not to mention I had like my earmuffs on.
Yeah,
so
Oh, God, you didn't see that other picture, did you?
No.
You cannot. You can't really say anything out loud. Isn't she a hottie?
Dude, what kind of blackmail did you have to do to her?
She is so fine.
Oh, that is wrong.
That's not
Sam,
wrong.
you've seen the same picture. At 4
She's
o'clock this
cute.
morning.
Oh, who we talking about?
Chaos is a hottie. What are you talking about? He looks like Mark Wahlberg. What?
He's sent
I will
Dude, if I looked like Mark Wahlberg, I would I would be on more than just a live stream. I would be putting myself out there. Look at me now.
No, hey, dude, your better half is cute.
Oh my God, she's beautiful. I honestly, I have no business being with someone that good looking. So,
How did
You
you,
know.
take that picture?
She is gorgeous.
oh yeah, she is beautiful. She's like unhappy with me for some odd reason, but you know, pick a reason, I guess. But
Shh, don't tell her that.
oh no, she knows already.
Definitely, she's cute, dude.
oh yeah, she's a good girl. She definitely is. I'm a lucky guy, 100%.
And from what I know, I think she's our third in Lakea.
Yeah, I want to get Miss Chaos on.
If you can, you know, I was actually trying to think up a good name for her. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I like Miss Chaos, but it's just, you know, it seems like it's almost like a cop out type of name. You know what I mean? So I was throwing names around like Mistress Chaos. I like that, but you know, I don't know. If you guys could get her to be on a live stream, that would be epic. I mean, because it just trying to get her to do it would be the Lady Chaos. I like that.
I like that too.
That sounds really good.
I like that. That fits. That fits.
Yeah, I like that too. Lady Chaos. Well, there you go, Sarge. You win the prize for the day. Ding ding. I don't have anything to give you, but you know, you got bragging rights.
I'll give you some very, very good advice. Use the umbrella when it rains.
You know, that's phenomenal. That is, it really is. Yeah. You really couldn't get much better advice than that. You know, don't feed.
My next one's even better. Don't be the first one through the door.
I've made that mistake before.
Oh my goodness.
These are words that will let you live through them.
That's right. That's right. Rules for chat. Be good or get nuked. Use an umbrella when it rains and don't feed the squatches. And you will live long and happy. And wear your seatbelt. So, you know.
If you see an angry squatch, don't pet him.
What?
If you see an angry squatch, don't pet him.
Yeah, don't feed the squatches. Don't feed the squatches. Just don't do it.
Okay. I was fixing to go cupcake, but that's okay. But anyway.
Ooh.
You don't need a cupcake. You need a box.
I need a box?
You need a box of cupcakes.
Oh, yeah, a box of cupcakes.
Code word too much.
I don't even like cupcakes. Why are you always trying to give me stuff I don't like? I know, so you can have it then, don't you?
Absolutely.
See, I figured your train of thought out.
You know, I wouldn't mind having a cupcake, but I've got a bunch of kids in this house, and there aren't any cupcakes left.
Turkey thigh.
Oh, it looked like a thong. I was like,
Wait,
is somebody flinging thongs to this?
No.
Okay.
somebody said I'll share my food with Crowbar.
Crowbar don't need no food.
The whole needs new glasses.
Hey,
Or the what is
Crowbar is
a
an
monocle
empty pit.
or like a magnifying glass or
You
something.
want a monocle? What?
Nothing.
See, that's how I get over her. That's not reverse psychology. It's called ball psychology.
Well, it works. You know?
Yes, in some form or fashion. But what was I going to say? Oh! I talked to the officer about the Squatch stuff again. I'm going to tell y'all. I don't mean to jump into something serious all of a sudden, but he wants me to give him a call. I think it's next Tuesday. And I may do a little show next Tuesday. I don't know if it'll be live or it'll be pre-recorded, but I'm probably going to try to record that. Because, y'all, he's got some crazy stuff going on. There ain't no way that they can. All right. There's definitely no. The biggest predator in that area is going to be a fox, coyote, like that dog, small dog size.
Fault.
Yes.
No, you.
Oh, no, I'm not in the area yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. But I'll give y'all for instance. He called me and asked me, he says, what could knock down a 10 by 10 building, which they had fixed for their chickens? And there ain't no chickens left. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I've never seen a coyote or a pack of coyotes that could knock down a building. When I say knock it down, he said it looked like a tornado hit it. Stuff like that's going on. So that's another thing we have coming up the pipeline.
Hey, Van, try to speak. Yeah, I think it's her mic again.
Might have popped out on her, yeah. That would be cool. I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear what that guy has to say. I definitely would.
In Chaos, Lakea and Vamp have the one badass damn collab story that Mr. Paul wrote. Dude, that's going to make an epic little short story. I'm talking about that's good. I ain't going to even mention it because I don't want nobody else to get that's good. And I'm talking about the Bigfoot one you did.
Yeah, well, we get a couple of them, actually, so that's the cool thing. The Ouija board one will be out first, definitely.
I love that one. That one was so fun. I think I might have messed up one word in there. I think.
I've listened to it a few times, and it all sounds good to me, honestly.
He's our own.
No, what we'll do is when Chaos puts it out, if in the section that I'm narrating, if you hear where I messed up put a timestamp in there in the comment section. We'll all go and thank you for it, I promise.
And Paul, Lakea was mean to me. She didn't let me hear the whole thing. I only got the snippet. So I'm like watering it to mouth, waiting for it.
Yeah, it's so good, is it not? I love it.
Yeah, it's Paul's story is epic.
It should
honestly.
It really should be a movie.
Look, the Sci-Fi Channel would love to have some shit like that because it's better than anything they got. That is what I heard, what she let me read. That's a badass damn story.
It is. It's a great story. It really is. I mean, honestly, for me personally, I've never heard of anybody who's written a story from that point of view before, and to actually nail it is insane.
Like you hit it on the head not too long ago. I don't know if any of y'all have ever read the book or anything, Clan of the Cave Bear. Think of that, but about Bigfoot. Dude, it is epic.
It really is. I absolutely enjoyed reading it. I cannot wait to record my part of it. It's going to be so amazing. I think it's one of my favorites by far. I do think it's like up there.
Yeah, he actually also has one that he sent me, Alpha Bravo. I'm keeping that one for myself. That's going to be a good one. I can put 3 or 4 videos out for that. You know what I mean? So it's man, I'll tell you, he keeps feeding me good stories. You guys will never hear mine. So
either way, dude, I love it when you tell stories. Like I said in the intro of the show, the modern Alfred Hitchcock.
I appreciate that. I really do. I mean, because I grew up watching Alfred Hitchcock, so I learned horror and a love of horror from watching his shows. You know what I mean? And his movies. Going back and watching those old movies, because if it's the two things that my grandfather, really instilled in my life is the love of horror. We used to watch Alfred Hitchcock all the time, and Doctor Who. You know what I mean? So, and I don't know how many Whovians there are in the audience here. You know what I mean, in the chat. But my doctor is he's the fourth doctor, and very closely followed by number 10. So
those crazy little robots he always got into it with was the funniest thing in the world to me.
oh, the Daleks. Oh, those guys are great. They are.
Kill.
Yeah, eliminate. Eliminate. It's awesome.
And I never understood how they always got around everywhere. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, you know, I guess it's just one of those things. when it's when it comes down to it, it's like doesn't matter. I just love it. It's awesome.
See you later, dude.
Yeah, night.
Thanks for
Papa.
dropping by. Don't forget to lock
I
the
had
door.
something to say and totally it just like went out the window.
I didn't do it. Hashtag Bear did it. He can't. See, I got somebody to blame stuff on now. He can't talk.
Oh, okay. I got you.
He can't talk.
I got you. You're gonna have me over here arguing with the dog eventually, aren't you?
Yep.
And I figured it.
He's gonna win.
Okay.
He's bigger than you.
You got that right.
He won the seat, didn't he?
Yeah. Exactly. Vamp, are you still in chat? I know her mic messed up on her. Okay. That's my sister. I feel lost without her. Pouty face.
I've seen you navigate.
Hey. I'm great at navigation.
Yeah, in circles.
Well, you know, as long as you navigate, really, isn't that all that matters?
Yeah, I asked her one time, do you know the way? Yes. Why did we pass the same statue twice? She told me, she said they liked it so much they made two of them.
All right, it's about that time. Questions from chat time.
Oh, yeah.
Start loading your questions in chat, and I will read them off to the gentleman, and we will get this ball rolling.
Ask whatever you want. We'll answer only what we want to.
Gary says, Bald, I wonder if Bear headbutts you.
No.
No, Bear is very, very well behaved. I'm talking about Vault says sit, he sits. He says lay, he lays. Hush, he hushes.
Attack. You get the picture.
Any stories about haunted dolls? Sandra, I actually have not a haunted, well, I've had haunted dolls, but I actually have a haunted teddy bear that I think I told this a long time ago, but there was a teddy bear given, and it's an old carnival bear. And basically, it is supposed to have a red ribbon around its neck. And it was taken such, the people that had it took such great care of it that it ended up manifesting its own self, if that kind of makes sense. I thought it had a little child attached to it, but it's become its own child, and it wants the red ribbon. So it literally moves around my house. It'll watch people. It's really weird. And I have to find a ribbon that will satisfy the teddy bear. But other than that, I don't. Fault, do you have any haunted dolls stories or anything like that coming down?
No, not right this minute.
Oh, I got something for you. I didn't tell you guys this behind the scenes because I feel like a really big boy. Okay, so the wife thought it would be a great idea one day to get a doll, because I have this phobia. I don't like clowns. I don't like dolls. I'm just all set with that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, my honey's got like these porcelain masks that we've hung up on, hung up on the wall in the living room, and I'm just now okay with those. I'm all right with those. No worries. Well, she decides that it would be a really funny idea to get her mom's. I can't remember what it's called. It's called like a life doll, it's like one of those dolls that like little girls would have, but they're really, really expensive. They're like a couple $100 a piece, but they look so lifelike. It's terrifying. You know what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, she thought it would be a good idea to mess with me and bring one home. Bring her. So, I came in the house after a long day at work, and I'm like, oh, no, nope, nope, not going to happen. Get that damn thing out my house now.
Hey, hold on.
So,
Something
Hold
weird
on
just
just a
happened.
second.
I just heard you just got stopped and then a beep come in. I got to look at something. Hold on one second.
what happened?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
That might have been the beep I heard.
Okay. Whew.
Okay, yeah. I thought somebody was trying to hack into the backside of Hangouts. I was fixing to go beyond left.
Yeah, because that beat
Oh,
was
boy.
really.
No, I had to like reset all my settings because I don't know what the mic did, and then I had to refresh.
All right. Go ahead, Chaos. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
So, I kind of freaked out a little bit, got a little upset. I'm like, get that fucking thing out of my house. Go, go. You know what I mean? Type of thing. So, I instantly grabbed the doll, put it out, because out on my porch, I have an easy chair. So I put it on the easy chair, threw a blanket over it. Okay. Apparently, I had been freaking out for like 2 or 3 weeks because the wife and the kid, the wife and Henry decided that they would go and move the doll around on me and not say a word. So I go out to smoke a cigarette, the doll's sitting up, I lay it back down. I go out to smoke a cigarette, it's sitting up. You know what I mean? I wake up for work one morning and the damn thing's sitting on the table. I tripped over one of the baby's toys, about killed myself falling down. Yeah, that happened for a little while, and I was just like, you know what? And her sister came over. I'm like, take this now. Take it, please. Just go. So it's out of my house, and I'm happy. that was a rough couple of weeks. Let's just say that. I didn't say anything to anybody.
Yeah,
Once I realized what was going on, I'm like, well, I feel like a big doofus now. So
that thing would have got a brick tied to it, and I'd have found a very, very deep waterfall, and it would have went for a ride.
Well, I thought of that, but I thought to myself, well, she spent a lot of money on that doll, so she could just have it back. You know what I mean?
Hey, y'all, something funny just happened. Bear is asleep over here, and apparently he was dreaming, and all of a sudden he lets out this
Very low growl that was terrifying right beside me.
Yeah, that was funny, and all of a sudden he just kicks his foot back. That's my dog. I'm going to record it, and I'm going to play it for DW while he's not. See, with friends like me who needs enemies, I like to mess with my buddy though like that.
Oh, great white! You're not going to say hey to me. You said hey to everybody else just because I don't have a picture. These all told you I should have my picture up there.
I told you could change mine.
Bob told me I could change his picture to mine, and he would be Lakeia for a night.
Well, everybody was not looking at you better than me anyway. I have a face for it, literally.
Somebody up here. What are your guys' thoughts on Simon's Necronomicon? Honestly, in just my opinion, I know it has a lot of ceremonies and rituals in it. To me, I know it's also been claimed as a cross between Alistair and Lovecraft, but it has a lot of no problem, Great White. I was just playing with you. But I know it has a lot. Like I said, it has a mixture. For me, it contains a mixture of a lot of different rituals and studies and incantations and things like that from different religions. I mean, I've seen some, that pertains to a little bit of Christianity. I know a little bit of kind of Wicca, a little bit of Satanism has been depicted into it. Honestly, though, do I know if it's completely legit or not? Especially since it goes by an unknown author. It's just supposed to have been Simon's story. I really can't tell you. I mean, it's been around for 20 years, if not more. Let me see. Of course, I had to Google real quick. Yeah.
Google.
Yeah, publication dates between 1977 and 1980. And then I know it's been reprinted a lot too, so. But I can't attest to it whether it's real or not, but those are just my thoughts on it. I think, if it entertains or somebody pulls something from it, then so be it.
Yeah, they're annoying.
And it is also a hagstone, which is a stone that usually you can find in riverbeds, but sometimes other places that have a hole straight through the middle or a hole that goes straight through anywhere on it, that if you hold it up and scan the horizon and look through the little hole in the hagstone, that you should be able to see fairies through it. Just a little tidbit, random information.
Hmm. Yeah, we were actually just kind of mentioning that earlier.
Yeah, fairies are not the little nice, giddy things that most people think.
Paul said Vault doesn't celebrate Halloween. Actually, Vault doesn't celebrate Halloween. We celebrate Samhain, or some people call it Samhain. Not Samhain, though. Please don't get it confused.
No, I don't like champagne.
No. Let's see. Let me scroll up.
Yeah, but we're going to see if old Bear can make a booger dog, because I'm going to take him out on my next investigation and see how he does, what goes on. I think it'll be something cool and interesting to see how he reacts.
Grim wants to know any crazy Bigfoot stories.
Yeah, but those are going to be saved for another time.
Let's see. Rad said she emailed me a rough t-shirt idea. Thank you, Rad. I will look at that after the live stream. Jason said, what, you have a haunted teddy bear? Creepy. Actually, I get really good vibes off the teddy bear. It's everybody else that gets really creepy vibes.
It'd probably be easier for you to ask her what she has that's not haunted or supposedly haunted, I would say, in her house than what is haunted.
Barry said, aren't fairies deadly and fairies skin people off? Fairy. Oh, good Lord.
I don't know nothing about that. I just know they ain't the nice, slutty, flirty things that most people make it out to be. Oh, that's like...
I think it depends. Just like I think you've got, the flop side of a coin when it comes to humans and animals alike, and why not fairies? Why not have good, why not have bad, or negative and positive, or however you want to run with it. Paul said, do kids have the nerve to knock on Vault's door at Halloween?
No, you can't get to my house.
Jimmy said, I don't ask for much, but if y'all can swing a little prayer. My family lost a great man today. My great uncle passed at 103 years old, humble, integrity, and understanding. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jimmy, and not only will we, say some prayers, but I'll also light a candle, for a peaceful passing and for healing of the family.
May all his dreams he ever wanted come true.
Mm-hmm.
Why is my chat taking off like it's on nitro?
Have you been racing your chat?
My hands are right here. I haven't touched it. Maybe that's the problem. It needs to be petted.
Chaos, what do you think about fairies?
That's a subject that I really haven't delved into too much. I have heard some stories, like, don't go into the circle of stones, whatever you do. It's mostly just kind of like warning things. I think the Fae are, I actually saw somebody in chat had said something about the Fae that, they have different morals. I think it was, I don't know if it was Cody or not or whatnot, but that they have different morals than we do. And, I think that's definitely, true stuff right there. I mean, they like any other creature to that nature that may be much older than we are, in a lot of sense, that
it's just best to avoid them, honestly. I mean, as far as that goes.
What is your take on jinns
Jinns?
or genies?
Oh, those are bad. Those are bad, bad, bad things. I mean, first and foremost, I mean, anything that's been stuck in a lamp for a long time is going to be unhappy. You know what I mean? But, I mean, I think that just falls along the lines of, you know, spirits and entities that, you know, do not have our best interests out at heart. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things just to, you know.
Well, you know, jinns actually stuck in a lamp and they're actually tied to a lamp.
Oh no, jinns are. It just depends on the different culture you ask when you ask about jinns. You know, some say they're one thing, some say they're demons, some consider them actually
Soul collectors.
Some kind of consider them almost. I don't want to say godlike because that's not correct. However, more like a Loki tricksters. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like on that link. It just, like I said, I think it's one of those things where it just depends on, you know, faith, practice, belief, and culture. You know, just kind of depends on how you sway a little bit.
Hmm.
The Wanderer of Knowledge said, I had a weird experience with fairy folk and Vada's telling the truth, but my experience was mischievous, though. I'll send it to you, Lakea, later tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. I love hearing y'all. I've got several people have wrote into me asking me for help. Several people, you know, ask me, you know, what is this? Several people just send me their stories, and some say, hey, use it if you want to, fix it up. Or some say, you know, this is just between me and you, and I keep it that way.
Hey, hold on. We're going to do a little business real quick. Me and Chaos on here. Hey, Chaos, I thought of something the other day. I was going to see your take on it since we got
Okay.
And it's done dwindled down a little bit, so you know that'll help too. I was thinking one night we do a panels guest night to get them to send us some stories, and we'll pick 3 of the best stories out of there, you know, that people have, and bring them on panel to tell about their stories.
Mm. Yeah.
Oh, original days of
back in like we used to do when we first started.
Yeah, I like that idea. I like that a lot. That's really cool. I love to hear other people's experiences and stories, as well. The fact that it kind of harkens back to the good old days when I was just, you know, another face in chat. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. I like that idea. I like it a lot.
That's where we cut our teeth at, and I don't want anybody to forget where we came. You know, you forget where you come from if you don't ever once in a while pay attention to the past.
Yeah, that's you know, words of wisdom right there, man. Yeah, I like that idea. It is a really cool idea, and from what I see in the chat, there's a couple of people that, hey, do it. Yeah, definitely. I mean,
well, you know, a lot of people that's on YouTube now, that's how they got their start, is, you know, doing that on our channel.
Yeah, and you know, that's a really cool thing. I mean, because, you know, everybody's got a different take, everybody's got a different experience, and you know, you're never going to learn new things or, you know, have something that will inspire, you know, good conversation, you know, if you don't hear it out.
Yeah, well, that's like the Mississippi BIGFOOT thing that I did. That was Chef 1980 that was from like the second or third show I ever did. When I got set up where I could take the live call, I mean, I could record the calls. I told him he would be the first one I done, and like I said, I held up to my end of the word. And like I said, you know, that's something I've been thinking about doing. I wanted to talk to you about. And I wanted to see if people in the chat would be interested in it. You send us send us some stories, and we'll pick. And I'm not just saying, you know, your story was better than somebody else's. Don't get me wrong on that. But we'll pick the most interesting ones to us for right now, and bring you on and let you talk about your story. You can tell your story live, or you can pre-record it. We can play it, and then you can tell about your story however you want to do it. But I want to bring on 3 people, we're going to say, because it's hard to do more than 3. Bring on 3 people live and let them talk. If I have to, I can call you, however you want to do it. But I want to go back to doing a little bit some of the stuff that, you know, that built our channel. I don't want to forget where we came from, which is our family, the people that listen to us every week.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I know that when I was in chat, when I first found the Vault of Nightmares and you started doing live streams, I enjoyed that too. I mean, it's just a really cool thing to hear people's experiences and their take on things. I mean, and it's the beautiful thing about the Vault of Nightmares, you know, about the content that we put out here. Yeah, we have fun and everything like that, but this is a place for people to feel comfortable to tell your story. You know, you're not going to get laughed at. There's going to be no snickers. There's going to be no talking behind the scenes. There's not going to be any of that stuff. Tell your stories, you know, and we'll talk about them. You know what I mean? If I don't know anything about it, while you're telling your story, I will be Googling it behind the scenes. So, you know, maybe there's, you know, I can throw a question at you that, you know, you hadn't thought of before. It brings a whole new side to things. And just to listen to them. I mean, it's really cool. Yeah, that makes for great discussion. It really does.
That's how I find, like I said, talking to people like that's how I found out. Like I said, like you said, you can always learn something. And you may tell a story that I've never heard. That's like, you know, I started doing a little bit of research for one of the shows that I want to do in the future. I was telling Chaos about it. The Motov Monster. You know, I had never heard of it called that, or never heard of it. But when I started doing my research, I figured out it's the Ohio Grassman. That's one of the things, like I tell people, you know, just because it's called the Ohio Grassman or whatever, somebody else may call it something else. And like I said, when I started researching, I was like, I told Chaos, I was like, damn, I know what this is. This is the Ohio Grassman. I've done lots of stories and investigations and stuff on it. But I never had heard of it called the Motov Monster. And there's a lot of crazy stuff. Like in this account, supposedly in 78, there was these boys that decided they didn't know what it was. They thought it was just an old hairy guy up in the woods. I think they were dealing with a teenager, Sasquatch. They tracked, you know, they followed it back and jumped off a little knoll on the back of this thing. It slung them off and actually bit one of them. You know, I love stuff like that. You never know what you will find out. That's because somebody sent me an email and asked me, "Hey man, check out the Motov Monster," and I was like, "The what? Never had heard of it."
Right, and it's the same thing I said to you. I mean, somebody may call this monster one thing and not relate to the fact that it's like the Ohio Grassman. So, you know, when somebody's talking about the Ohio Grassman, they're not going to tell their story. You know what I mean? But in knowing what different people call different things, you know, that opens you up to an entire new, you know, set of stories and experiences and whatnot. And it literally just kind of helps you. Not only is it hella entertaining, but it also helps you put the pieces of the puzzle together and, you know, and look at different sides of the same thing. Because, I mean, really, that's all what it's about, knowledge. And if you can help somebody get something off their chest, you know, it's a win-win for everybody, really.
Like I said, that's like the Whitehall. It's owned by a couple other different names. I'm not going to give those names out. I'm going to let you go do your own research and find out what those are. So that's the other thing. I like people to do their own research and find their own conclusions because that's part of the fun. To me, it is.
Well, I mean, I know what I would love to hear.
What's that?
I would love to hear more of people's takes on cryptids. I would love to hear that. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's a chupacabra or fairy or trolls or whatever. I mean, you know, like I said earlier, this is literally the type of place where it doesn't matter how far-fetched, you know, your story is. That first of all doesn't mean you're lying, okay? And secondly, tell us. You know what I mean? If you can teach me something new that inspires me to research something, hey, I'm all for that.
Well,
you know what I mean?
That's like when we decided, you know, when I come up with the idea, let's do one on the Bridgewater Triangle because I hadn't heard nobody else really doing it. And I was
If
like,
that was loud, I'm very sorry. I accidentally bumped the mic.
that's okay. You know, instead of me telling you, hey, we're going to talk about this, this, and that, you know, I told you, hey man, go see what you can find, and I'm gonna see what I can find, and we'll compare notes. And you had some stuff that I hadn't found, and I think I had some stuff you hadn't found. That's what's fun about comparing notes, because like I said, you never know. Everybody does research differently. And like I said, that's and one of the things that these people get on my nerves about is, hey, you need to share your research on this, that, and other. No, you need to have something to bring to the table too. I'll tell my part, you tell your part. And like I said, I like that because, like I said, we were able to cover so much stuff in an hour's time that damn, you know, like I said, you told me some stuff that I didn't find.
Right. Yeah. And you know, I got to tell you, and what else I would love to hear? I would love to hear people's UFO experiences. So if there's somebody out there, or you know somebody, hey, if you want to get them to talk, whether you're relaying it for them, or, you know, there's many different ways that you can go about getting a hold of us and telling your story if you want it told out. You know what I mean?
And people, I am also still trying to collect stories from all 50 states for all 50 states of Bigfoot. I'm seeing how many states that I can get stories of Bigfoot out of. So don't forget, if you got a story from your state, send it to me.
And we're wanting more personal stories and encounters, not something that's been on every TV show and every YouTube channel.
Yeah, I want something that's happened to you or somebody in your family, not something that you got off, you know.
Stories that normally, you know, people would just look at you like you're crazy. We want to be able to help people, you know, tell those stories.
And if you don't want to come on and talk about it, I can always tell a story, and I'll change your name and location, but I will use the state because that's the whole. And Chaos, what do you like that?
Well, I think a big thing for me, what I would really like to hear as far as the whole UFO phenomena thing, I want to hear about your story. You know what I mean? Tell us, please. But if anybody you know or you have had any experiences with the Men in Black, by all means, come forward if you feel comfortable with it. If you just want a one-on-one, you know what I mean? Tell whatever, it doesn't matter. Let us know. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the things that I find extremely interesting is the whole Men in Black thing. You know what I mean? Is it the government? Are they actually aliens working with the government? There's so much. You know what I mean? Like I said, as a matter of fact, speaking of something like that, I got a buddy of mine, my buddy who lives across the street, who is like what I call my resident UFO expert. I was talking to him the other day, and I'm going to try to get him to come on here and just tell some of the stuff that he's dug up. You know what I mean? And what he's found out and whatnot. And it's really interesting and kind of mind-blowing to me. You know, that type of thing. So that would be really cool. So I'm working on that still, but I'm thinking that might actually be a little closer than, you know, I originally thought. So.
Did Marissa send you
No, that was Rad Love.
Rad Love, have you been sneaking around in my vault? Because that looks just like my chair almost.
Rad Love sent me an email, you know, pertaining to a T-shirt, and it's this wooded on rollers library chair that with vault picture down at the bottom, it says #needs Jesus.
And y'all, I'm trying to get I'm trying to get a logo, an original logo made for the Vault of Nightmares, something that, you know, no one else. Every time the reason why I keep changing my logos, because every time I turn around, I find somebody else is using the logo. So I'm trying to actually, like, you know, get something that's more original to the channel. And if you know anybody that does stuff like that, give me a holler, because I have no idea how to fucking do that. But I'm tired of every time I turn around with, hey, you stole that from such and such. I was like, I did. Or either somebody else is using it. So that's why I keep changing it. Anyway, but like I said, dude, that's the way I am. I love to hear people's encounters and stories, because you never know when you're going to learn something from an encounter that you didn't know before. You know, it's.
Michelle asked, what stories? You can always send stories to lakealibrarian@gmail.com. And if you want to, before your story, you can say, you know, could you please pass this on to Chaos or Vault or DW or Vamp? Or you can tell me, you know, this one's for me. just address it to whoever you want me to get it to, and I will be absolutely sure to do that. This is one of my jobs, one of many.
Yeah, and I think Chaos, don't you have an email address on your channel?
Yes, I do. Yep.
You can always get, like I said, you can. My email address is on my channel. Chaos is on his. I think Vamp has. I don't know if Vamp has one on hers, but I know Lakea does. DW does. And like I said, DW's got a phone number. He usually every other week he takes phone calls. He does that because y'all don't realize how many phone calls a day the fella gets, and sometimes it's just crazy stuff. So, send him a message or email and say, "Hey, look, I'm trying to get a hold of you," and send him his number or send me your number. So I do call people. Just don't be goofball or crazy when I call you, because I will hang up and block you.
I know you already did that to me.
You was acting crazy. She tried to prank call me, y'all, and she got blocked. I don't deal with that. I don't have time, because I hate that, because when I'm dealing with somebody doing that, I'm actually probably losing time where I could be helping somebody else.
Oh, you were doing nothing at the time.
How do you know I wasn't doing nothing this time?
Because you told me you weren't.
Well, nothing to me is maybe a whole lot to somebody else.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I may be looking at maps or something like that.
I know Agent has been asking his daughter Lakay, and I think he said Chaos earlier. Were any of us going to do any demonic stories?
Yes.
I've got a couple of stories that I'm going to put out soon. I have been editing like nobody's business. I have one that is about a gentleman being saved by a bear. I know it's not like all spooky and stuff, but I really liked it. I have one about a woman in white. I have one about a bipedal canine creature. And I have one about uses and magical purposes of different types of salts. And I have a couple of more. Somebody else, I've been debating on this one, Bob, but somebody asked me not too long ago, would I do them like a little looky-loo of some of my craft stuff?
That's not going to be a little looky. That's going to ask Chaos and Vamp. They got to see a snippet of her stuff spread all over the place the other night. It looked like a freaking tornado hit her room.
Yeah, Catherine got to see it. It was, I think, Grim.
That's
too.
a small.
But you know what? I might just give a peek, just a little bit into my inside world.
Fish, are you ready to get a link?
Good evening, Phoenix. How are you?
Phoenix? What's Phoenix?
Sergeant says, does anybody have any experiences with the demons from the Lesser Key of Solomon? I will say this right now. That is one topic that if I had to kind of put off limits a little bit, it would be that topic. Only because the Lesser Key of Solomon, it's a close topic. And so I try to skim around that one.
I ain't skimming. I'm walking the frick away.
That's about as, you know. So I don't know if I know what you're talking about, but I don't know if I would ever put stuff like that exactly out there. I just don't know if I could do it.
Some stuff don't need to be talked about. You know, there's breathing like they're having sex.
Oh, that's fun. It might be.
What?
Is that me?
Yeah,
No.
it's probably Satan. He's right here.
Oh! I all of a sudden on these headphones, all I hear is. I'm like, okay.
He's right here.
What's up, little buddy? That's my fur buddy.
I'm telling you,
I have to hold the mic up because he puts like his nose right on it.
He just wants to talk to everybody.
Paul said we're having sex, everyone. No, I'm just playing. Pack of cigarettes. That's what it takes.
I told y'all she's going to a bad bucket, not a bad jar.
Wow, that was quick. Holy.
Wasn't me.
Damn, I'm tired now. You know?
It'll just give something, something somebody can splice and pass it around, with private links or something. Listen to this. Or right on and listen to it.
Hey, Vault. Hey, Vault. Fish said he's ready for the link.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go back. Mine is-
You know what Or did? Or get Vamp with her hot mama voice to record you like, this is the Vault of Nightmares. Thank you for dropping by.
Y'all trying to get away. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You
I
see the
got a
haters?
good idea for it.
Vault's got a sex line, y'all.
No. But I will advise you from this point on, if you have children, don't let them listen to
Nope.
the stream. This is a under 18. Do not let them listen to the rest of this stream. It is very late at night, and when it gets late at night, we tend to go to the left, a lot to the left.
Like something.
Welcome to Vault After Dark. It's time to let them loose.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to tell you right now, that scares the hell out of my father. So,
That scares me.
oh, man.
Star says 800 Vault of Nightmares. 900. 800 don't charge. 900. Need to make that coin.
Yeah, exactly.
See, now they're trying to pimp Vault out. What the hell?
No, Barry, we don't think you're talking gibberish at all. It's just, sometimes people have to agree to disagree and keep it moving.
Yeah, it's just Vaultanese. That's all.
Like says the Night Walker.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to jump out of here, but I'll still be in chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Night, sister.
Sweet
See you
dreams.
later, girl.
Night, little sister.
Good night.
Why you cuss me like that? I like nightmares. They're fun.
Barry, do not ever regret mentioning about the mountain giants. Have your own opinion, and you know what? It's not your place to make anybody believe what you believe. All you can do is ask and state your opinion, and lay it on the table, and whether they pick it up or not, that's on them. I have a lot of opinions that Vault doesn't even agree with.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
But Barry, I have heard about that. Matter of fact, they've actually found some of their bones in Arkansas, Missouri, and I forgot where else. All right, Fish, sent you an email. I think I did. Or somebody got an email.
Whoever got the link that Vault sent, when you hop in, just make sure you say hello so we know who you are.
Yeah, and I won't destroy you.
Hashtag nuked.
Like Cody said, all of this is the unexplained. Everyone has their own theory. Exactly.
I don't make fun of nobody for nothing like this. I have ideas about Sasquatch, ghosts, and everything else that some people may not agree with.
Oh, okay, nobody means to ignore you. When you walk into the room, the light just shines right on you.
Who?
Hello, Nightmare.
Oh, they do.
Well, to add on what you just said, what Vault just said, I can relate because I've got a couple of buddies of mine that I work with, and we'll talk about paranormal all day long, but when I start talking about Sasquatch, man, they just fall all over the place, dude. Literally, it's one of those deals where they're like, "Come on," they just kind of they're good friends, and I totally get it, but I get the giggles and the snickers, and it's like, "Come on, man."
Well, see, that's like with me. Sasquatch, to me, is not that. I don't know. I'm not going to say not that interesting or whatever. But I've been around it so long, and like I said, I've interacted, or not interacted. That's not the right word. I've seen the evidence so much. It's like, okay, it's kind of like you when you walk into a bubblegum store. It's like, okay, which one do I want to pick? I know it's bubblegum in here.
Right. And the fact that you've literally been feet away from one of these things. I have.
And dude, people can laugh at me all they want. I don't care. I know what I saw, and I am dude.
And that's another thing. I don't try to convince anybody of anything. I just report on what I got.
Ooh, I see a question I want to answer.
Go ahead, Sid.
Madam T asked, what exactly are elementals? Well, in my branch of the woods, elementals are like gnomes, undine silks, and salamanders. They all pertain to like earth, air, fire, water. And for what I do, we can call salamanders to work with, to protect our circles, different things like that. It's basically a magical entity of forces. Elemental. It's easier to answer it on the magical level, so I try not to be quite so magically confined on that one. But like I said, for me, it's like,
And see, in the Native American world, the strongest world, elementals are fire, they're water, air. That's
exactly. But like for someone like me, that if I want to call in an elemental, I kind of put entities to it, like a gnome or a salamander or a sylph or something like that, and I can honestly feel it. I can see the image in my mind's eye. I'm sorry, Jason, if you can't hear me. We're sharing mics, and over here's a hog. He's a mic hog. Yes, you are. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I'm having to scroll for questions. Do you see any chaos, or am I missing any?
Well, I just got back to my laptop here, so take a look here.
Okay, what a tulpa is? A tulpa would be something that is created through basically a mental discipline. It could be something conjured, something to that effect, something spiritual. It can be. It's a form of. Basically, it's a form of a being or entity in a concept when you're thinking about mysticism in general. And some people take that on down into different branches of putting exactly a focused thought to it, or thinking of it as, let's see. Trying to think the easiest way. Think about a child's imaginary friend. A lot of people say that child's imaginary friend comes from that child's unconsciousness that they have thought up or created. Kind of like that. It's,
Tupela. That's not the same as a totem, is it? Oh, hey, we have a fish.
What?
Biggest one in the game, dude.
What's going on, buddy?
Oh, dude, enjoying my time off work.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? It is.
Mm-hmm. You ain't gotta tell me.
But yeah, tulpa. It's basically it's basically an apparition or something like that that one has focused on and created or conjured it to be. That's the simplest terms I can say it without going all technically magically witchy.
Because
I'm sorry.
Oh no! Don't be sorry. I don't know why I don't know why I didn't mention this earlier. Because somebody mentioned the stairs in the woods, and fish gets on, and you talk about tupelas, and in my mind instantly went to something like that. Is it? I've been doing a little research. Is it possible that these stairs in the woods could actually be gateways to other places, but as we see them as they are because that's the one thing that our minds can wrap around, or it's something that an entity may actually put in there because it's like one of the most common things we have in our world. It's just really uncommon to have it 30 miles in the woods, but you know.
I just live in the realm of anything as being possible. I used to not believe in any of this stuff until it all started. You know, I had my first encounter and everything from there. So I mean, I believe anything's possible. They
I
could
mean,
be another
because
dimension. They could be anything, honestly.
you look at all like the disappearances, you know, that are surrounding this type of thing, you know, and as a matter of fact, Cody just kind of said something about Slender Man. You know, you've got things like Slender Man and the Rake, which is in you know, is believed in a lot of realms to be something that was just made up, and people have used it as a totem. Well, truth be told, art imitates life, and life imitates art. So, couldn't it be one of those things that maybe these things, you know, are actual otherworldly beings, but they use something like this to pass between our world and theirs? That's something I've been thinking about for a little while, and it might be really totally out in left field, but you know,
I mean, you've got to you think on a level like that. You know, the little we know about, you know, any kind of quantum physics or anything like that. I mean, we know some, but we don't know near anything like that. So I mean, physically, what they have said is it is possible. Physically, it could happen, but we don't know how to do it.
you know, they always say that Slender Man, you know, using that as an example, is a demon from another time, from another, you know, another dimension,
Right.
that comes out of the woods. Well, you know, if you put 2 and 2 together, you may get 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I wanted to respond to Cody's question he had on here. He asked if where was it? Where we go find it? Any lake monster stories? I will tell you, I don't have anything what I would call cryptid, but I have some friends who do concrete work on the dam, and they will dive down, you know, God knows how deep. And they have told me some of the fish they've seen down there, catfish wise, are big enough to literally eat people, is what they've told me.
I've heard the same thing.
I personally, I don't like I'm like Volt. I don't like the water. I ain't getting in the water.
You just scared the crap out of me.
Now I'll swim and have all that other fun stuff. I'll fish. I'll swim. Cool. But you want me to scuba dive and go chase a cryptid? Nope.
I don't do the water shit.
I'm at a huge disadvantage in the water.
Yep. But the stair thing, you know, the stairs in the woods, like I said, the guy that was with us, only he was affected by it. But he got the closest. You know, we literally had to drag him away from it because he was just adamant. He had to go to the top of the stairs. Once we got away, like, you know, not quite out of sight, but we got way away. I'm going to say about 200 yards away. It was like, you know, he came back to his senses, and he's like, we're asking, why do you think you have to go? He's like, I don't know. It just, I felt like I was being compelled basically to climb those stairs.
It was some kind of psychological pull.
Yeah, and he was just adamant. The answer is at the top of the stairs. We're like, dude, I don't give a fuck if there's a gold brick up there. I'm not going up there.
Well, it's like I told that story I told on here with you, you know. I mean, the guys that told me their story, they were actually in the process of searching for people and the dogs that had the scent and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the guys climbed a little bit onto the staircase, and instantly the dogs lost the trail. Instantly.
And this is the thing, like I said, we actually had to turn around and go back because we came up on it was well over 200 foot straight down drop. There's no way down. We didn't have enough rappelling equipment. We had to turn around and come right back through the area where the stairs were to go around. And we GPSed where those stairs were to report them. I know we were right where they were, and they were gone, like they didn't exist. Like they never were there, and I know for a fact I can tell you the color of the wood, the kind of wood it was made out of, the whole 9 yards.
Madam G wants to know: does everything go silent close to the stairs?
To be honest with you, I don't remember.
I've never had a personal experience with them. I've just been told, And they didn't mention anything like that, but that's not saying it doesn't happen because I don't know.
I don't remember. It's been that long ago, and I wasn't paying attention to that because, like I said, we were trying to at first. Like I said, we were like amazed. We're like, what the fuck? Like I said, these stairs should not have been standing up. That's the first thing y'all need to understand. You know, it's like taking a piece of paper and putting it in a 45-degree angle and not having nothing under it or nothing to support it. Just the front part of the paper is touching the ground, and the rest of it's just there. It's just up in a 45-degree angle.
That's the weirdest part to me is, building a staircase in your home's easy. You can make support for it, but out in the middle of the woods like that, you don't have a way to support the stairs for them to stand on their own.
Like I said, we walked all the way around it. You could see under it. You know, you could see the under part where they had took pieces and made the supports and all. I said we could see all of it. There's no reason why these stairs should be up. They weren't leaning up against the trees, or they were just there by themselves. It was in a little clearing. Trees were probably 5 or 6 feet all the way around it, basically, but they wasn't touching nothing. And like I said, it's odd. I probably got within 25 yards of them, but the only person that was affected was one of my buddies. And like I said, we literally physically had to grab him by his rucksack.
Then
Would see what I had to do with. But like I said, we had to pull him away from it. We got about 200 yards away from it, and it was like he came back to his senses. And those people, though, they are still missing as far as I know of today.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if all this weird stuff is happening around these things, you know what I mean, and it affects us in a way that makes us literally lose our minds. It's almost like the Pied Piper playing his flute. We literally, you know what I mean? It's something else that's guiding us. I mean, there's a lot of sense that can be made out of something like that.
I think
I was gonna say makes me believe chaos is his idea even more is that maybe they are some other dimensional kind of thing.
Like I said, I can't tell you, but I know they were there, and within I'm gonna say no more than 2 hours, we were back there again, and they wasn't there. It was like they never were there. I cannot explain it. It don't make no sense. There's no sense for them to be there. The only way they could have got in there is that they were helicoptered in, and there was the canopy wasn't disturbed or nothing. That's what I'm saying. They should not have been there. When I say Annabelle, think of the Gone with the Wind, the staircase that she walks up and down. Think of that just being by itself in the woods.
I mean, and some of the stories I've heard from people is they look like literally take the staircase out of your house and fit them there. It's what they look like. And I've heard I've heard one of a spiral staircase. He just told me, I saw this weird thing. He said, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what it was, but it was a spiral staircase out in the middle of the woods. And he said, I'll tell you, shouldn't have been there.
Nope, they shouldn't have. And that's the only ones I've come across. I did a little research, and afterwards, it found literally probably 25 stories that almost matched what I saw, and it's one of those things that the only way you're going to know is, I guess, walk up the stairs. And I'm crazy, not stupid.
I was going to say, some of the stuff I've read online and, people that have shared their stories, not necessarily everybody that sees them, but one person, it's like they're in awe of these things. And it's this weird psychological pull that's just like, you need to climb these stairs.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
explain why.
That was my buddy. And like I said, to the rest of us, it's like, no, we need to keep it now through this. We just need to keep going. There was something telling you, you shouldn't mess with this. Just stay your distance. We didn't want to we didn't want to touch it. And see, that's the whole thing. He wanted to be on the stairs. He had to climb the stairs. We were expecting him to fall.
Oh yeah.
I said, it's just that is just one of those crazy Okay.
Another theory that I've heard is, like the Bermuda Triangle, they've theorized that there is somewhere in there is some kind of portal to another dimension or something like that, which is a reason for these magnetic anomalies that happen there, and for people and ships, planes, literally, just disappearing and never being seen or heard from again.
And then you hear every day of how many ships, boats, and planes go through there that don't have any problems. It's one of those like a hit and miss thing. It's
Exactly.
just it's so unexplained. I don't believe it'll ever be figured out.
No, I don't think I wouldn't say we don't have the mental capability. I just don't think we have the science to figure it out.
Well, and there's so many of these places that the Bermuda Triangle, the Bridgewater Triangle, the Emerald Triangle.
There's the Dragon's Triangle around Japan.
Yep, Dragon Triangle. Like I said, and it just sounds ominous in itself. It's just so many missing persons and missing planes and all kind of crap that just don't make any sense. Look at what was the plane that went missing with all the passengers on it? They still haven't figured out what the hell happened to somebody.
No, I know which one you're talking about. I don't remember what flight number it was, but that one around Malaysia, it was a Malaysian airline or something.
Malaysian something other, I can't remember. They still don't know what happened to that plane. That just goes to modern day, modern time. This
with radar technology to be able to track the plane.
Yeah, it even had black boxes. People's cell phones and stuff. Even after the plane was missing, they were tracking people's cell phones, but they couldn't find them. What the hell?
I mean, it's like you think back to Amelia Earhart. She disappeared, and yeah, there's a bunch of theories as to what happened to her, but no one knows what happened to her.
That could be something that could be called like a paradox of some kind. I mean, I know that. Excuse me. I know that we relate certain things to what we believe we know science-wise and whatnot, but I believe a paradox is something that can exist in two places at the same time. And when it comes down to it, what happened to Amelia and Stairs in the Woods, things like that. It's things that we don't understand, but it's good to talk about because maybe in some way through experience and other people's thoughts and ideas and whatnot, we have a better understanding on a lot of different things. And, look what happened to D.B. Cooper. Let's face it, even nowadays, we can track things that happened many years ago with just a little bit of information through technology and people sharing their stories about weird things, on the internet. You just got to know where to look.
Yeah.
And D.B. Cooper's never been found, any of that stuff, along with Amelia Earhart. And, I think you get what I'm saying on that.
Yeah, because like you said, just by word of mouth now, with the way we've advanced in technology, we can piece together what happened. And just funny to me that whenever it's like, well, she was taken by the Japanese. Okay, but why? What was? Yeah.
What was the purpose?
Spy, cool, but that's one of the big conspiracy theories. She was a spy, and
I have a hard time believing that because Amelia wouldn't take orders from anybody because.
No, she was hard-headed.
Yeah, she was just hard. She was going to do things her own way in her own time and damn everybody else. I have a hard time believing. You can't take somebody like that and put them in an espionage situation. That's a recipe.
I wanted to ask this because I recently discovered this thing that people are talking about on the internet. What do you think about a ninja?
Oh.
Did you say ninja?
No.
Ninja.
Oh, ninja. Okay, I absolutely know nothing about a ninja. So this is all new to me.
See in the Antarctic Ocean around Antarctica.
Hey, Chaos Cupcake.
What's that?
Cupcake.
I'll let you know what that means later, Fish. Cupcake, though.
Okay, cupcake, strawberry. I'm there. Okay, I got you. Never mind.
Don't feed the fish.
There's one certain fish I'll feed, buddy. I got some tuna helper if you want it. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I got you.
And it's
All right, it sounded funny in my head. Okay.
it's not
Oh, they can't hear you.
it's not Ninjan, it's Ningen.
There you
Ningen.
go. That's
Ningen.
what it is.
Okay.
And
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I told that story last Friday night, but I asked Vault to take that stream down for a reason. So I will be retelling that story on my own channel.
Yep.
Nice.
I hope so very soon because that was an awesome story, and I still don't know anything about it, but I really enjoyed it. So
Yes, but I find it funny that a lot of people mispronounce it. That's
Excuse my southern dialect.
No.
It's
I
okay.
thought she was the first time I heard. I was like, "You gonna do a story on ninjas? Why?"
Because ninjas are badass. Oh, pardon me. Bad butt.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to be a ninja.
Are we assassinating someone?
Oh,
I have a question.
I won't tell anybody but you behind the scenes about it. So
I thought about this the other day. I can remember when I was little, and me and my some girlfriends for school, we were all sitting around one day talking about dreams. Somehow we had read something in English class about dreaming and things like that. And we were just talking, and I don't know if anybody else has heard this, but they say if you dream of falling in your dream and you hit bottom, you don't wake up from your sleep.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, that if you hit bottom while you're dreaming, you don't wake up. You die in your sleep.
What if you don't hardly ever remember your dreams? Like I can never remember mine.
I don't know, but I was just wondering. Have cows and fish? Have you dream in the end of you that you will not wake up?
I've heard something to that effect, but
I've heard dying in your dreams is like that, no matter how you die. But I know little to nothing about dreams.
that's a show we're going to get X Dreams in it. He does the dream interpretation. See,
I mean, I can too. I can interpret dreams, but I've never done the whole falling dream. Now, I've been having nightmares lately about tornadoes. So, does that count? Flying through the air, I'm going to hit bottom eventually.
I think you just want to be a superhero.
You can come hang out in Tornado Alley. We have them all the time.
That's okay. You can keep it. Mm-mm. No.
Now, that's about like putting me in a room full of spiders. Ain't fucking happening.
Be honest with you, we'll get a big storm here like that, and if I'm at home, I'll on the porch and drink beer. I mean, I don't care. I watch the suckers blow in.
Not Lakia. Nope.
There's a couple of people in chat that have said, they've heard the same thing. So at least I'm not the only weird one this time.
I don't have any black-eyed kid stories because I don't know enough about them. Let me rephrase it. I've got some black-eyed kid stories. I haven't said anything about them because I don't know exactly what's going on there. And I haven't had enough research.
I'm there with you. As far as the black-eyed kids, I've heard two conflicting things. I've heard that they could be demons, and I've heard that they could be products of aliens. So I'm not exactly sure which one is which.
I like the second idea. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense. I mean, demons work in a certain way. Entities and spirits, they work in a certain way. Black-eyed kids are literally completely different on that spectrum. You know what I mean? The way they talk, the way they move. In a lot of ways, a lot of the black-eyed kid stories that I've heard, mostly, through DWs and certain other channels, but DW's covered them a lot. And the thing to me is that they seem to have the same type of pattern, movement, and talking ratio as the Men in Black. And I'm not talking about like Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. I'm talking about the ones that seem like they're not quite human. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the supposed government agency or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I was reading in chat. Sarge says, have you guys heard that if you die while walking upstairs, the devil gets you? I forgot who told me that. No, but does he get you if you broke your foot falling upstairs? Been there, done that one.
Truth be told, I fall upstairs a lot, so I might be screwed either way.
Maybe kin to each other. It runs in.
Well, I got a monkey wrench I want to throw into the black-eyed kids thing. All right.
Oh boy.
let's say let's say for giggles and shits that they are aliens.
Okay.
Why can't they enter your home unless you invite them? Where you hear about all these other people being abducted and everything else, well, they didn't invite them in.
You know what? I think it's the same thing as the Men in Black. If you want to look at the stories, the very few stories I've heard about the Men in Black, they seem very robotic. They seem very not human. Yeah, exactly. They're not very human along the line along the lines of the Black Eyed Kids. So it almost seems like a double-edged sword because you hear stories about the Greys, or as I've been told, the Zeta Reticuli. You never heard that from me, but they can do what they want when they want. But it almost seems like it's a lower class of alien, almost like a, dare I say the word android, or that type of thing. You know what I mean? I don't quite know, other than I don't know a better word to say. But it's like they need to be invited in. But whereas the big guys really don't need to, they just do what they want when they want.
So maybe they're a different kind of species altogether. Kind of like a lesser being that doesn't have necessarily the same kind of, power that the other ones do that just take you.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I was going to say, what if it's much simpler than that? It seems to be that the sightings and the occurrences with, let's say, Black Eyed Kids or Men in Black are only at particular residences, let's say, right? What if that residence has been, let's say, blessed before, saged before, sacred ground?
Well, I got another one on my monkey wrench.
I mean, because, well, the only reason why I say that is because a lot of people, buy houses that are previously owned or rent, houses or places like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't know what the previous tenants have done to the place you live in. So most people, I'm going to say most people I know, just because this is the way we work. As soon as we buy a place, we bless it, sage it, and consecrate our ground. Bless our property, bury a witch's jar out front. I mean, we do the whole 9 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, what if a tenant before you had a home, had that done? Like, I know in certain places, I'm only allowed to do like the doors and windows. I can't do the whole property.
Mm-hmm.
So what if that's what's causing them to stop only at the door?
Yeah.
Because I know when I cast circle, you don't just walk in it. I have to cut you in and invite you into it. Just walk. What if it's the same thing? What if that house or home has been created a sacred space?
Yeah. Well, let's throw another monkey wrench in this. Everybody knows the myths and lores of vampires. What if some lores are not myths and lores? They're actually true.
But which ones? The sanguines or the, ones that are...
Either one.
Energy...
Either one. The myth around vampires, they can't enter your home unless you invite them. What better way to get into to be invited in than look like a child? Who's to say they're not casting something that they think that somebody would let them in, that they're not actually what they are?
Cody said, yeah, I was thinking that too about BEK, Black Eyed Kids being either demon or vampires, but wherever I go, I meet witches. Well, congratulations. You met one here too. Welcome, everyone.
The whole alien subject. I got in an argument with a gentleman about a week ago. He wanted to explain to me that, there's no way. And, I just looked at him and I said that it's naive to think we're the only life in who knows how big world. No one knows outside of our galaxy how big this in the universe is. We have no idea.
Well,
and hang on one second. This is just me. I feel like, the ancient cultures that tell these stories of sky gods and people coming down from sky, I think it's true. I think there's a lot of truth to this stuff. I think they saw people come down from the sky and teach them how to do things.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Fish, because I've gotten into many, many arguments with people, mostly people who have a very heavy religion-based type of thing, that
right.
I have a certain belief, and I haven't said it here. Maybe if we get into an episode where we're talking about UFOs, because I don't want to, I don't want to insult anybody.
Right.
You know, if we're in a place where we can talk freely about what we believe and all that good stuff, because I certainly am not going to down anybody for what they believe. But, you know, I was researching a story. I'll be researching it forever. But when it comes down to it, I think I found a lot of things that tell, I don't know, I just have certain beliefs about the fact that, you know, our idea of religion and God and everything like that is completely different than what we were originally taught as we're growing up as a child, type of thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, talking about aliens in general. This
Yeah,
is where
it's all extraterrestrial. Truthfully.
Not just that. It doesn't make if it's not of this planet, it's alien. But you know, aliens don't have to be what most people think. A single cell organism from another planet is an alien.
Right. I just think.
Oh no, I just seen something that Phoenix had said in chat. Phoenix said, inspect the property from top to bottom, looking for any surrounding circles or other witchcraft items hidden throughout the house. Nails, screws, jars with those in it are usually buried in the front yard. You can find those. Salt, a besom or besom hang. That's what I'm saying. Many people say it many different ways. Samhain, which is incorrect. Anyway, hanging around doors. Witches' balls, which are the glass orbs. Stop, Vault. I'm fixing to pop. Y'all fixing to hear Vault get popped alive.
Get the drill.
He is over here aggravated.
Hey, I know what you're talking about.
Look for scrolls of paper or incantations, which are usually protection items found around a house or sometimes in walls. Crushed eggshells are sawed across the doorway.
Little branches.
Those are all telltale signs. Cinnamon sticks. A lot of people don't know that, but I hang cinnamon sticks and sage and rosemary above every window and every door in my home.
Red brick dust.
Yes, red brick dust. I do a lot of stuff, but those are some of the signs that you can usually tell if there's ever anything like that on your property. Those are like the known, and most of those are protection ones anyway, which is just going to protect the property and give it a oomph.
I got one more point on the alien thing.
And another thing I'd seen where somebody was talking about witch circles and summoning, casting circles. Most of us that cast circles, you don't see them. We don't leave traces behind unless it's a place in our home or outside on our property that, Vault, I'm going to deck you. I'm going you like to just made me eat. Guys, he is shoving the mic almost down my throat.
Y'all see how violent he is?
For whoever asked earlier, maybe we are like brother and sister, because I really am about to just pop him one. I wouldn't do it. That's all talk, but still.
So if I push you out of the chair, it's okay.
But for a lot of us that cast, normally we don't, unless we do it in one particular space all the time over and over to keep that one sacred space, which I do have one. I actually have a room for it. Normally you won't see signs of one that's cast. You may feel energy or power there, or a tingling sensation if you walk through it where one has been, but most of us that cast one, you know, we take them back down when we're done, unless we're constantly wanting one going, creating sacred space all the time. I was trying to think any other telltale signs, but those right off the top of my head.
I'm not going to give all of them away, because then everybody's going
to... No, I've got a bunch more. I was just thinking, like, the ones that I know that whose houses I can go to right now and I can pick out, oh, that's there, that's there, that's there. That's what I was doing. I was trying to pick, like, the random norm everyday thing.
Seeing, like, charcoal in the
Cody said, how do you know if someone is actually a witch, though? They tell you. There are a lot of witches that are in the closet. There's a lot of different types of witches and a lot of different types of witchcraft. Some is organized religion. Some are not. Are they lying to you?
Be a witch to be taken.
All just depends. And what are the different types of magic? It varies a lot.
This is going to be a show for your channel.
Yeah, I was just trying to skim through the...
Well, you know,
Okay.
we've got a couple of things now that could actually be, you know, like talking about the whole alien thing as it relates to our world and everything like that. And as far as the whole like witch thing, and you know, there's two different live streams right there. I mean, it, honestly, because each subject could fill up an entire live stream, and that's pretty epic.
I'll tell you right now, the alien thing I can go on for hours about.
And see that's one of the things. Like I said, that's one of the things that you have to be. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Like I said, I'm like chaos. I don't dismiss anything. There are certain things though. Like the water thing.
You have to have an open mind.
Yeah. Well, it's not an open mind. It's certain things just don't interest me.
A couple people asked, what's with the jars of screws? Okay, typically a traditional witch's bottle is what it's called, or witch's jar, but it's witch's bottle, is a bottle it's a jar for protection that you put broken glass you found, pins, needles, nails, screws, a little bit of your urine. Some people put a drop of blood, blessed water, and other items into it, and you bury it usually in the front of your home, closest to your front door, the door that many people come in and out of, and it is just a protection thing. It is anytime somebody sends you something, it is to stop it in its tracks. Now, you can make baneful witches jars. I'm not going to explain how, and I'm not going to explain those ingredients. But I do, I myself have them for protection around my home.
I use landmines.
What about hidden little fetishes wrapped in cloth? Well, it all depends. It all depends what type of fetish. If it's just a normal little poppet, or if it's a voodoo doll, what's in it, because a lot of them we stuff and sew things into, or we put little incantations, prayers, or askings into it. You can use it to heal, you can use it to bless, you can use it for baneful purposes. It absolutely all depends.
Hey, can I butt in here real quick? I just saw Jen say something in chat. The aliens are in the Bible. Jen, if you know how to read it and you understand the type of language and thoughts that were used back then, you are 100,000% right. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Barry says less woof stuff. I'm sorry, Barry, that's a part of me, and I'm a part of the vault, so that's...
You do know I'm a shamanist. It's just an American way of doing it.
John Paul said, what would happen if you added some Hennessy to the jars? Actually, vodka is used a lot. Vodka is used in jars. Vodka is used as offerings. Vodka is used to make tinctures. So I always have vodka in hair jewelry, things like that, seen in some YouTube videos for found fetishes. Yeah, if you want, let's say, if you want to do, you can make a healing poppet for somebody. A child, you can take a lock of their hair and put healing herbs into it and a blessing into it for that child, and you literally let them hold it while they're sick, and it's supposed to help them heal. So that's what I'm saying. There are things like that that are not baneful like people think. Not everything is all evil and dark and everything. I know a lot of people have been asking, what do y'all think about succubus and incubus?
I know very little.
Chaos.
Well, it's I think it's the standard thing. One of those deals where it's like, incubus is, targets females, succubus targets men. I think it's a very real thing. And there are a lot of stories out there, and a lot of people don't want to share them because literally it's an embarrassing, degrading type of thing that happens to you. But I think it's a real thing. And it may not be your everyday haunting type of deal, but as far as what exactly they are, where they come from, and how they came to be is a complete mystery. And it's something that I would want to kind of explore further in that situation, given the chance to do the research on it.
I'm going to remove that word only because it's a trigger word for me. If
What's
I
that?
remove your comment, please don't think any. It's only because it's a trigger word for me. So don't think I don't like you or don't like your comment in chat. I just don't like that word.
I didn't even see it.
So,
Don't matter.
Chaos Vault, how are you guys on conspiracy theories?
Which one?
any of them.
They are real. They do happen, and there's several out there.
Do you think
They're not
Hitler
just-
escaped?
Ooh, Phoenix, me and you need to have a chat. I like the way you think, but I don't agree. I don't think Lilith was Adam's unruly wife. I think Lilith was a female that thought for herself and wouldn't follow man's hand. But I do like the way you think. We need to talk. I love people that think differently than me.
But yeah, there are conspiracies out there. They're not just theories. There's several of them.
Personally, I think Hitler escaped. I think
They're what?
Hitler escaping from Germany.
I haven't looked into that a whole lot because Hitler actually pisses me off in more ways than one. But let's say like the JFK. That is most definitely a conspiracy. We named one a while ago. Crap.
Amelia Earhart.
Yeah, Amelia Earhart. That was definitely a conspiracy.
But about the JFK one,
What
do
the-
you think Lee Harvey Oswald shot him, or do you think it was the grassy knoll?
Hell no, he didn't shoot him. I ain't saying he didn't shoot at him, but no.
That's exactly my thinking. I'm thinking the way it was. I've been there, I've been in the street and everything. It has to come, to me, in my personal opinion, it has to come from the grassy knoll.
Dude, I am a shooter. And I will tell you, there's no way multiple Grand National shots and everything else have tried to pull that shot off with that rifle, doing it the same way he's supposedly done it. It cannot be done. And Lee Harvey Oswald, by the records, the military records, every shot at best. And then he's going to take the worst fucking weapon that has ever been made, which is the Kirkconnell rifle, with one of the worst scopes that was ever married to it, and make three of the most amazing shots in the world. To do it? Nope, ain't happening.
You see, I've been in the room where he, quote unquote, shot him. And I like you said, I've sat there and I'm like, there's no way. From this angle,
Dude,
I can't hit him.
Read it before. It ain't possible. Not the way it said it.
That's just another thing I can go on a lot about as a conspiracy theory. That's one of my
Just
favorite things.
You take all the videos, line them up side by side, play them. The body does not move like it did if it is hit from behind. It only moves like that if it's hit from an angle or from straight on.
Mm.
I've seen too many impacts. Like I said, that's about another one that a lot of people don't like to talk about is the Apollo missions.
So do you think real or fake?
I think the first ones they put out, because they were in a race to be the first ones to reach the moon, were fake. We went to the moon, but we just didn't do it when everybody thinks we did.
Now see, I can see that. I totally can believe it. And it's hard for me to think they didn't, but then, the other side of me is like, well, it makes sense because it was a war with Russia. And we wanted to be first and everything else.
Put a satellite in space.
Exactly.
You think they were going to lose the race to put a man on the moon? Nope. Basically, once we hit the moon, Russia stopped trying to go there.
That's true too.
What do y'all think about the whole moonwalk thing? I know some people say
That's what we were
real,
talking
yeah,
about.
and some people say fake.
I think the one that they put out was fake. I think we did go to the moon, but it wasn't it wasn't when they said it was. For you, there's a show that I started watching called Treasure from Space, where one of the astronauts actually picked up and did a treasure map that a guy now is going back and finding. Have y'all seen that? Cooper's treasure map?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, you need to watch that because This dude, I can't believe they're actually letting some of this stuff out that, you know, that went on. Uh, it's crazy. Still there, Chaos?
What's that?
Well, I was making sure you were still there.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just. It's funny because you had mentioned something about the moonwalk, and I think the moonwalk totally happened. I think myself personally, call it conspiracy theory, whatever you want, but I think that the moonwalk that was seen on TV during that time period was actually filmed in a studio, but the audio was real. I think the moonwalk happened, and they wanted to show you what they showed you, but what the astronauts really saw was everything that we've heard about it. I think there is a base on the dark side of the moon. They landed in a certain area where it's like, okay, if they landed on the light side of the moon, they would never have seen what was on the dark side of the moon. I think when they went there, they took some of the audio, they made up their own thing and made it look authentic, and I think it was a mixture between the two.
So now I'm going to ask you, what do you think about that chat that Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, he doesn't say it on TV, but in one of the things that Houston, NASA didn't mean to release, you can hear him say, there's something following our shuttle.
Oh, for sure there was. For sure. I mean,
I'm with you. I think there's a base on the dark side of the moon.
There is. I mean, truth be told, in one of the, I'd love to get so deep into it, but I think that we could dedicate a big part of a live stream to that, and that would be really cool. People would love to hear. But truth be told,
well, I tell you what, how about we do this right here then? Next Friday, the first hour, it'll be about this subject.
Ooh.
You find what research you can on it in the first hour. We'll do it on this, and we'll go from there on the second.
Brother, I got so much research on the subject, it's not even funny. But yes, I'm game for that. That will be awesome. And forgive me if it takes more than an hour. All right, because I'm all about that.
Show lined up for next week then.
Rad says, this is some good shit. Let me get my popcorn.
Yeah. Like I said,
get your popcorn ready.
It deserves its own show, and this is something that Chaos is passionate about. Why not do it?
Well,
we're not just big Dogman and stuff. This is what this channel was made for.
It came down to the fact, me personally, it came down to the fact that the idea of it came from, when I was going through Long Ridge and trying to really learn and try my hand as a writer. I've always been interested in the extraterrestrial phenomenon, and when it came down to it, I said, well, I'm going to write a story. And then I started researching. Mind you, when I started this was back in 2003. I have not written a word of a story. Honestly, I've not written anything. I literally have, I don't even know what my notebooks are anymore. It's mostly committed to memory now. But I researched and researched and researched, and it got to the point where it was like, I don't want to put a story out. And one of the first things they teach you when you're going to write a novel is that it can be fantasy all you want, but you need to base it in reality to make it believable. So I just researched, and it's unbelievable the things that you can come up with. I mean, I'll touch on anything. I mean, excuse me, Jen had said that if you can read deep enough into the Bible, it tells about aliens. Well, she's right. I grew up Roman Catholic, so I'm not going to judge anybody's faith. You believe what you want to believe, and that is a wonderful thing. That's how I feel about it. But when it comes down to it, when you read things a certain way and you understand how people talk and what they were talking about for the time period, it's kind of all right there. It's one of those deals. But yeah, I mean, I'm ready to go.
Now, you see, I grew up Christian. I still believe in Jesus, all that stuff. And whatever you believe in, it's your thing. I'm not going to judge anybody for what they believe in. My thing is, I've read the Bible quite a few times. Back, not front to back, but bits and pieces that I've really enjoyed. And personally, there's a part in Job, I don't remember where it is, but they describe a monster is described. It's called the Leviathan, and everybody wants to. Oh, well, that's just a crocodile. It's like read deeper into
Hold
it
on.
than that.
Hey, hold on a second. Barry, what are you talking about?
I don't know. He was talking about he's been deleting all research and data or something. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he says, "Feel free to block me," and I'm like, "Block you? Why?
Dude,
You've been talking in
shit.
chat all night. It's cool. You're Barry. Feel free to talk all you want over there in chat. I know who you are. We email each other. Just chat away."
Oh, Barry, you're the man, dude. You're the man, Barry.
Yeah.
Just talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's all good. If you got ideas and stuff, you go right at it. And you drink your coffee and tell us what you got going on. You know what I mean?
I'm actually
Definitely.
reading chat, so I read what you say and I hear what you say. I just sometimes I wait to ask your question or mention your your comment when break, or I can jump in. But dude, I know there was no reason to delete your research just because somebody else disagreed with you, hun. You do you.
That's
You
the whole
do
thing
you.
about being in this field. You'll learn. Everybody's not, and you're going to come across people that are not going to believe in you. That's fine. Listen to this. If you don't listen to nothing else I say, prove anything to anybody because you're wasting your time. As long as you're proving it to yourself, that's all that matters. I don't try to make anybody believe, like when I go out do my videos, I am not trying to make you believe anything is there. I'm just showing you what I find. Think it's the same thing, you could think it's something else. That's not up to me. I'm showing you what I find. Just do
That's the
you.
dangerous thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it comes down to it, dude, this is a free forum. I mean, this is our people. You are. It's like, what was it? The language of our. This is the song of my people, dude. You guys say what you're gonna say. You're never gonna be looked down upon ever because you're gonna look at things differently from the way I look at things, and I invite that because maybe you figured out something that I couldn't, and that's it. You know.
Like I've said before, believe me, there are several topics that me and Vault disagree on, and I mean highly disagree on. And we still talk about it. I mean, and sometimes if we think we're talking, trying to, drive our point home to the other, we let it go for a while and then we'll pick it up again. But don't, whatever your findings are, whatever you think, whatever you believe, whatever entertains you, that's your right to have your own info, your own information, your own documents. Don't ever let anyone make you feel anywhere on any channel, on any platform, or in real life, make you feel like you can't have your own research on what you believe and what you think.
No one has that power.
Look at it this way. All the stuff we talk about, we're not experts in it. No one is. If they tell you that, they're a liar. So who's to say what you're saying is right and what we're saying is wrong? No one really knows. We're guessing here.
And
Hey,
I know where that stems from, Barry, but it's okay. Like I said, you're more than welcome at any time to be in my chat or Vault's chat. We know exactly who you are. You know what? State your opinion, state your findings. I'll read them out loud. We'll discuss them. And we can just talk privately. But don't ever let somebody make you feel like your research and your beliefs and your thoughts and opinions don't matter, because they should matter at least to you.
Yeah.
Too, because
Yeah, exactly, dude. 100%, dude. Barry, I've talked to you a lot in live streams before the live stream has even started, man. You know what? You're a smart dude. You got nothing to worry about. This is a place for people like you, people like me, Lakea, Vault, Fish, Cody, Jay, everybody that I'm looking at on the chat right now, Rad, everybody. Dude,
Everybody
this is where
except-
we can get together and talk about what is passionate to us.
because Paul says, "Accept me, Barry. I'm always right." So Paul doesn't count. We love Paul.
He's been drinking leprechaun juice.
Paul writes really, really good.
Yeah, you can drink leprechaun juice, like Vault said.
Oh, I was thinking, y'all were talking about the moon a while ago, and I know this is totally a little side off topic thing, but you've heard of.
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Native American princess with the
Yep.
papoose on her back?
Yep.
And they say that if you see her in the moon, that you'll be blessed.
Mm-hmm.
With the what on her back?
I've only A papoose.
What
Maybe.
is a papoose?
What,
Am I saying it right? I mean,
the thing the Indians used to use to carry the baby on their back or their front.
oh yeah, okay, good. I got you. All right.
Here, Chaos.
Yeah, it's
The
supposed to be
Indian
like a
baby carrier.
Native American. I think it's supposed to be. She's supposed to be. I know it's a female, but she's supposed to be a Native American princess with a papoose on her back. And they say if you see her in the moon instead of what people typically think of the man in the moon, then you will be blessed for the rest of the year. That's what I was always told.
You know, I've never
That's-
seen a
that's
man
ba-
on the moon either.
Was I saying that word right?
Papoose.
I say
Papoose.
papoose.
Papoose. I like that. I can't help it. That's I've never seen that in the moon, but papoose. I like that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
one of those words you can say and laugh.
I will be on the lookout from
I
now
was
on.
that comes from my grandmama.
But yeah, that's
My
one of the stories I
G-mom.
grew up on was the squaw.
See, that was one my grandparents never told me. They always told me the whole. I got more of the Bigfoot stuff than anything.
I was taught a lot of superstitions. A lot of superstitions, like when a person passes, you stop the clocks and you hang scarves and blankets up over mirrors so their spirit doesn't get trapped in the house. You put all of your eggs in jars of water or bowls of water. We had lots of superstitions growing up, and
I got one for people, and in the next
Folk
live stream,
magic.
I want to see how many people get the right answer. Actually, know what the word Sasquatch means in Native.
No, not at all.
let me go Google this. I want.
Chicken.
Will you give me a free shirt? I don't make enough.
I'll get you a ladder.
You know what?
No, I want a shirt.
If we're talking about shirts, I really think I should get a shirt. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm done.
It depends what tribe you compare it to, though.
Well,
I'm not talking. I'm talking the Native American.
I know what
it
you're
means.
talking about, but all I'm seeing is like the dumb answers.
Well,
What
Wait,
you-
isn't it already? Isn't it?
Yes. Translate. What does Sasquatch mean in Native American?
Or Bigfoot or something like that, doesn't it?
No.
What? Hold on. Somebody
hold
help
on.
me out. Chat. Come on. I need to.
if you compare it to the Tishomishian Indians, it means cannibal.
Oh.
There's a lot of them. I mean, and like this one I was just looking at because this is what they always called it to me.
Red
there's a bunch.
But I'm gonna butcher that word. I'm just gonna say pipia because I'm gonna mess up everything else.
I got you. Automato pipia.
There's a bunch of different names for them. Like there's Lofa, there's Hairy Man, there is the Omah,
That's Omaha.
there's the Stampede, the Sitico, the Sukum. There's a bunch of stuff for them.
Yeah.
I need a freaking shirt, Walt. Come on now.
Like I said, I need someone to tell me in the Native American tongue what it means. I know that.
My grandpa. I'm calling my grandpa. I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
That's cheap.
What? You didn't say I couldn't use my resource.
Wait a minute. Hold on. The same thing I've already said. I think you're wrong.
Nope.
Y'all tell Walt he's just wrong and I'm right and he owes me a t-shirt.
Why do you think there were certain areas that go? That's Sasquatch's land that they wouldn't go into. Oh man, why do you think they always said that?
It's not what I said. It was.
Fish almost got it right a while ago.
I'm getting no, fish. Vault owes me a shirt.
You are lucky my grandpa's asleep right now. You're lucky.
I'm watching you Vault around. Oh,
So it's close to cannibal.
Well, no, not exactly.
see, I'm with them. Hairy man or hairy humanoid or
Hey, can I say something, guys, real quick?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's off topic, but I'm looking at the chat right here. I just saw Rad say to YB, "Let's collaborate on something for Vault's
a
channel."
theme song.
Yes, with YB's music and Rad's voice, that would be epic. YB, talk to that woman. I'm telling you straight up. Okay, I'm done now. All right.
I'll say this: I don't like classical. So I'm more of a heavy metal kind of person. I don't like classical and I don't like country.
Blah blah blah.
All right,
You've got
Sasquatch.
everything now.
Watch in a Native American term.
But hold on now. What tribe are we talking? What language are we speaking? Because that's just too broad for me to narrow down.
No, y'all missed what I said. What does it mean? Not
It means Sasquatch
No.
means Sasquatch. I mean, it's just it, right?
Sasquatch to a Native American means all right. Basically,
Paul, you finna get a whole lot of hate. I hope you right about what you finna say because I don't like being wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Oh no.
Now, Lakay, remember,
Come on now.
you are a woman. You're never wrong.
All right. Why do you think they always shied away from whatever land they were on?
It was a
The Native Americans believed that were not nice. All right. So if they came to you, your soul then was not going to go on to the happy hunting grounds. You were going to be damned to be with them.
oh you that's not even fair.
Huh?
You get what I'm saying, Fish?
All I want to know is, do I get a shirt?
No.
I get along the lines of what you're saying. Yes.
Native Americans, when they talk and told stuff, it's not like we're talking now. It always had meaning to it.
Okay, now see, I think this is unfair. I don't agree with your logic. I don't agree with what you said, and I'm going to go with the people in chat. And chat had it rolling, so I think we all win. So then, because we won, and since you won't give me a shirt, then I think you need to tell us one thing about you that you've never stated on YouTube before.
Took over.
Don't say that word. I want monetization. Mama needs a new headset over here. Come on. You already took my paycheck from last week from a dirty word.
You know, with this new fancy soundboard you had, you ought to have a bleep button.
Tell me about it.
I do get a bleep button. I put
He chooses not to use it.
I put a piece of tape over.
That totally took me by surprise because I'm watching chat and then Lakay just came in with the hammer fist. And I was like, wow, what did I miss?
That's not fair though. I went full like nerd mode. I was Googling, researching, and it was that easy.
Panel.
What?
Since me, panel, and chat won because you were just wrong. I don't like your logic. I don't like the way you went about it. You're wrong. I win. You've never said on one of your streams before about yourself.
I'm not so nice.
Oh, hell, we all know that.
Well.
One secret.
I'm going to disagree with that. Vault's a nice guy to me.
Well. Just don't tell nobody. I got to get me
One secret.
One secret. I like dogs. No,
come on now. I know you got a skeleton full over there. Let's go with it.
Want a secret.
What secret? Something you hadn't told before. I mean, it don't have to be extremely too personal.
I can give
like
my
that.
initials.
No.
Don't do that.
DK don't count.
No. It's
I love that. Papa put Vault is a member of the Mile High Club.
That's not a secret either.
No.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Trust me. Unless you get
Paul said, I remember when Lakea first came on Vault's live stream. You notice how she rules the show now, everyone. Do I really? I'm so sorry. I'll sit back. I learned from Bam.
Sorry, it's all right.
Hey, Volt. Sergeant said, "Do you smoke weed? Is that your secret?"
One secret.
I haven't shared. Let's see.
I got one. I haven't shared this. I got kids.
Oh, dum dum dum. Shared that. If you have, I don't remember.
I knew that. You told me that. It's not a secret.
Yeah, but Chat didn't know that.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. Ooh, I'll tell a secret. I don't
Talk
have
about
kids.
Well, he said scary kids.
Yeah, yes, they're
Have you met the father?
spawn of Satan.
Have you met the father? Oh,
Could you imagine being one of Vault's children? I mean, seriously, you would be so overprotected you wouldn't be able to breathe.
I feel like me and Vault would. I mean, I feel like if Vault was my dad, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that.
We're kind of alike. I mean, it would work.
Well, I kind of like that. Does anybody watch Supernatural?
Oh my gosh!
no.
Yes,
Have you seen Chat?
yes.
Radlove said, "Don't sit back, Lakea. Nobody puts baby in the corner." And Paul said, "Radlove, just imagine Lakea running and Vault lifting her up over his head."
Oh, now we're getting into the dirty dancing thing now, aren't we? Oh boy.
Here we go.
Anyway,
Yes, I do watch Supernatural. I've watched every single episode since they've. Yes, I love that show.
so where they're talking about their dad, and he's like, you know, when I had a nightmare when I was 8 years old, Dad told Dad that the boogeyman was under my bed, and he gave me a 45 and sent me back to bed.
You know, I could
That
totally
makes
see
sense.
it
Yeah.
You know, I used to watch Supernatural all the time, but I think I'm really, really, really behind on it.
I got bored with it.
You know what show I don't get
Is
bored
Dean
with?
my brother?
That
What do you not
70s
get?
show. I love that 70s show.
See, I don't. Them people aggravate me. I want to just.
It's hilarious. Like Red, if I was ever a dad when I'm going, you know, way later on in life, Red will be me as a dad.
But that's like going back to the Sasquatch thing. How many stories do the Native Americans have where, like you said, Sasquatch is accountable?
Plenty, believe me. When I was little, I used to get annoyed with hearing the same damn story.
Why the Native Americans were so scared of them. You know, to go to the happy hunting grounds, that's a loose, I don't mean to offend nobody, because you know, if they can't be raised up to their gods, they can't go to that. Well, if you're eaten, you can't be buried.
You know, I hate to say this, and I know what you're saying is true, but this is what kills me. Honestly, everybody under the sun says, I'm Native American. Every single body. And I've seen people on YouTube say that and do those DNA ancestry tests.
And they ain't nowhere near it.
No.
The first,
and then they're crying because they're not, and they said, I've been told my whole life.
Look, Lakea thought I was part Mexican when she first.
I did.
That's how that's.
I was like, yes, I get good food. I love.
I don't take
street corn.
I don't take all the traits of the Native American. One of the biggest traits I do have is kind of hard to see. Is like I said, I don't burn when I get in the sun. I turn really red. That's it, and then I'll go right back to the way I am. Most Native Americans don't grow facial hair, and I grow the piss out of it. Their cheekbones. I do have the high cheekbones. Native Americans wasn't that tall. Most of them. I'm not that tall on myself. I'm about 5'9".
Yeah, but to me, you're like super tall.
Yeah,
That's
but
what's funny.
yeah, but you're short as shit.
I know. I am teeny tiny. I'm like the little leprechaun girl.
Uh,
let's be real.
Like I said, I don't take on all the. I'm not. I don't have I'm not 3/4, half, none of that shit. But I'm enough that I belong to the nations.
Now, see, I'm the opposite. My grandparents, a long time ago, didn't sign the rolls. So I've done the whole ancestry thingy. I'm like, I think I'm even either half or a little over half. Put it this way, I've got black hair. I don't grow facial hair, and I'm dark.
Yeah, you got a good bit in you.
Exactly.
Oh, Rad, you sound tiny but mighty. The perfect day.
She's mean as shit.
Look, some of y'all have witnessed me when I get upset. Some have not. But normally, I don't. Normally, I'm like, right now, I'm just chill.
Is Chaos
I'm
asleep again?
I don't know. Well, no, it's because we don't have any drama. Fuck the drama.
Yeah, congratulations on squashing that by the way.
We ain't talking about that. But
Cupcake.
Gotcha.
So,
That's my safe word. Cupcake.
You know what's funny? I was at dinner one night with a bunch of people, and this lady, she was like, said something about pineapple, and her husband looked at her. She's like, yeah, that's our safe word. He was like, do you even know what that means? She was like, yeah, if I'm in trouble, I yell pineapple, right? He was like, no, it's not what it's for. I was like, wow.
no, I use
like,
my
so
color word.
Yell pineapple. Let's scare the mugger away. Pineapple. What the hell are you yelling pineapple for?
Does he carry a rape whistle?
God, I don't know. He was a kind of feminine dude. I'm not judging, but I was just kind of like, there's something off about it.
And I take offense that. Why would you say, "Oh, this is your rape whistle"? What the fuck?
Well, but I please don't say that word. It's a very big trigger word for me.
I know, but I'm just saying. It's
So stop saying it, please.
You just said it 3 times.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said I have color words.
Okay. No.
Nowhere in those sentences was that word mentioned.
It 3 times.
I didn't say it. I just said word.
Okay.
Are we
Anyway,
talking about
the
word
whistle.
if I don't say it?
Did not say it 3 times.
No.
No, be honest
No.
with you, she never said it.
I will bet you right now, $100. When you go back and listen to the stream, I did not say that word.
I bet you 1,000.
On it. We shook. He's gonna be paying Mama good over
I'm the
here.
witness.
Maritza, when you listen to this, I will share some shoes with you, honey.
Hold on. Yo,
Somebody's going to be buying some M&Ms.
A lot of them too.
Yeah, how many times did she say the R word telling me not to say it?
None.
She didn't say
Bullshit.
it once, man.
See?
She did say
No,
it.
No,
I
I swear
didn't
she didn't. She said, "Don't say that word. It's a trigger word for me."
say that word.
Then I asked you what word.
And I
You
said
it.
the R word.
That is.
Yes, I did. Not say the
We're
R
going to
word.
agree to disagree.
Man, that's that's $1,000 I've ever made. I'm telling you.
Wait. Did you mean the R word?
Yeah.
No, that is
Oh.
a technical.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I've never heard her say something like that. Not even in an off Google's hangout. You know what I mean?
Even chat saying nope, I did not say it.
No.
The
See,
F
she.
word is very descriptive.
Shut up, Paul. I win.
No.
Technicality.
I don't make a bet unless I know I'm going to win.
You are so full of it.
You sound like
Roland
like
says,
Trump.
my
That's
great-grand.
exactly what he said too. He said, "I won't run for president unless I know I'll win." And look at that.
Oh, dude, they gave him that. That's my opinion.
I mean, let's be real. He wasn't my favorite candidate, but I liked him a lot better than her.
Yeah, he was the less of 2 evils.
Exactly.
Papa says
Yeah.
he's for land. Never heard her say it.
Y'all never
He
heard her
didn't
say
it.
What did y'all never hear her say though?
Well, you thought I'm telling you. Keep on.
But anyway, I won my bet. I know I did because I never bet unless I know I.
I was reading Papa's safe word.
Sergeant, that's one word I can't stand. If that's the word I'm thinking of, I can't stand that word.
What
I have
word?
several
The
words.
C word. I can't stand that word.
Oh.
What?
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, I want to punch people
Shove
who say
it.
that word.
Don't say that word. However, you know what? I have been known to belt out that word a time or two.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I hate that
14.
word.
But it's usually no. I will wear that. I will wear a tag with that on it because it doesn't bother me. But I've only belted it out like driving down the road. That's my go-to word.
Hey, Fish, have you listened to my newest video? I'm sorry. It was in the story.
I haven't got to yet, honestly.
Okay, well, just don't be offended. I'm just saying. It's part of the
if
story.
you're telling a story, then you're telling a story. But I mean, if a guy calls a girl that, like, my instant, it's like, well, you're lucky I have a job where I can't do this, or I just punch you in the freaking mouth.
It's like, I will choke you.
I just hate that word. Hate it.
I like to mess with people. They'll start doing that now. Lint liquor.
Commercial.
Yeah, lint liquor.
Love that commercial.
That's
I
funnier
haven't
than
seen
hell.
it in a really, really long time, but I do commercial. We're talking about C words and P words and D
P word
words.
doesn't bother me. I played high school football. P word doesn't bother me. We use that word all the time.
What are you talking about? The people pancake?
No.
No, cupcake. Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
I don't care how you use it, Fear. I hate that word.
about their monetization. Lord help us.
What are you talking about? Chat don't count.
God, this squeaking is. Stop it.
Oh, that was me.
Thought
That
I
was
said
the door.
the other word.
I have a door that sounds remarkably like Vault's chair. So
It's
See, a lot of
contagious.
a lot of those times y'all thought it was me. It was him. Ha. I have an excuse now. Was it me? See, I can. No.
Chair. There it goes.
What the hell are you doing? It's not shake the damn thought keeper up. I'm not a damn martini. Ow.
Stop saying all those dirty words,
Damn is
Walt.
not
How
a
about
cuss
vodka
word. It's
martini?
a
Shaken, not third.
damn is not a cuss word.
Walt!
It's the object.
You will never be allowed on my live stream with that mouth.
Ooh.
Well, whose mouth am I supposed
No, you will stay in chat, buddy boy.
to? I'm sneaking. Take over Lakea's live stream.
Papa
Okay.
said that chair needs a FedEx bag for you.
Oh no, she was shaking me up. What I thought she.
Look,
You know,
that's the way you
Vault WD-40 isn't that expensive either.
did you
I don't
see
watch
the chat? Cody said your door needs Jesus. You know you're not that far from the truth.
WD-40 is not expensive, guys. Remember, there's only two things in the world you need: WD-40 and duct tape. If it moves and it's not supposed to, duct
No,
tape.
I use hops.
You know, in Maine, all we need is WD-40, duct tape, and a coat hanger, and everything gets fixed.
Wow.
Baling wire.
That's how we do it.
All I need is a Zippo.
You know, ironically, WD-40 is good catfish bait if you spray it on whatever bait you're using.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Chef, I just went back and I got now.
Who's fighting with who?
Girlfriend issues.
Hey?
Girlfriend issues.
Just walk up and plant a big wet kiss on her. Everything will be all right. Or you'll get your shit slapped at you.
You know what I tell everybody when they tell me they have relationship issues? Don't ask me. I give the wrong advice. I always do the give them time. Have you tried to talk to them? Diamonds are your best friend. Houses and cars are great too. Open lines of communication.
I see why you're single.
Yeah. And then
Jeff, I've got something for you, buddy. It's called chocolate. Get lots of it.
yes. Phoenix says, is baby Absol doing well? Very much so. And I will post a pic of baby Absol here soon. I want to get a really good one of her. And I will also post a pic of Lily, my demon dog. I will post her as well on the Vault of Nightmares Facebook page.
Look, this little dog is crazy. My dog's head is twice as big as her, and she would sit there and growl at him.
Is it a little dog?
Well, yeah.
That's why. Little dogs are so much more aggressive, and I don't know why.
No, this dog right here it thinks it's as big as a pit bull, but.
Good night, Jen. We love you.
Night.
Good night, Jen.
Hope you have very terrible dreams.
Well, I mean, it's like
That's good, though.
Yeah. What?
ooh, I just thought of something.
Lakea is no way single. Well,
Do you?
well, I was.
They have water.
Oh. Wow.
Does and we'll leave it at that.
You know, I totally forgot.
Okay.
It came back to me because I didn't really forget. It just kind of came back into my mind. I was told a Thunderbird story in a bar a few nights ago. Guy told me.
Okay.
And I,
Okay.
no. I mean, he's an avid hunter, and the dude told me something that he saw, and I mean, it sounds like
We're
a
waiting.
Thunderbird to me.
We're waiting because I love Thunderbird stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, he told me he was deer hunting, and he had found this nice big clearing in the woods, he liked, and he had set up there, and he was scouting it out basically, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Real, it was bright outside, sunny, everything, all that fun stuff. And he said he noticed a huge shadow come over his head and continue through the clearing. He said, at first I thought, I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was a cloud. And he looked up and he said, I kid you not. It was the biggest, he described it as a leathery bird he had ever seen. He told me, this thing had to have 45, 50-foot wingspan. I mean, he said it was the biggest thing he'd ever seen in his life. And he said it just kept flying. And eventually it's just gone, out of sight, out of mind.
That's the description describes probably 1,000 different accounts I've got. That's what I'm saying. I honestly believe these are some kind of like modern day pterodactyls or something.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking they're either some kind of bird we thought was extinct or some kind of bird we have yet to discover. And to me, the leathery bird to me sounds like, I think a pterodactyl. That's exactly what I think of. But I don't know much about
What I
Thunderbird
think it
sightings
is.
or anything like that.
Some kind of modern day pterodactyl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm intrigued because this is not something that you can easily go out, track, find evidence. You have to go by the eyewitness accounts. Like I said, 99% of the time, everything I found is they were flying here, they were flying there, and most of them come from pilots.
Right. it's one of those things. I've never seen one personally, and like you said, it's not something on the ground that I could track it back with footprints or hair or evidence of it being there. I can't do that with something in the sky.
Folks, we have been for 5 hours. Man, where did time go? And we know next week's show is going to be on Chaos. You still here?
I'm here. Yep.
Next week we're going to do it on, what do you want to call it? The conspiracy of the lunar landing.
Could. I mean, I figure within the week we could think up a really cool name. I mean, I think it's going to encompass a lot of different things on the same subject, but yeah.
Oh, God, I'm excited.
Like I said, I think that's...
Vault space program.
I got enough damn explosives over here. I can orbit something. Pretty close. But we're going to call it a night, y'all. Stay in the backside. Just hold on, y'all.
Alrighty.
Love the show. Guys, plug your channel.
Chaos Theater Productions. Everybody, come on over. I tell stories, and
He tells some hellacious stories, and we have Miss Lakea, the librarian, out her stuff. She has a lot more stuff that can be put on. Plug your show.
Yes, check out my channel, Lakea the Librarian. Also, don't forget to check out Miss Vamp Lugosi. She has content coming soon. And as always, go check out Dark Waters if you haven't already. And go buy one of his t-shirts before they sell out. They're epic.
And y'all thank our guest that come on with us, Mr. Fish and Game. If you go in the woods and do something bad, he will give you a fucking ticket and lock you up. And as always, good night, and make sure you lock that door on your way out.